Good morning, everyone. How is everybody today? It is warm again. Currently it's only 25 degrees in here. My room is currently 31 degrees, so it's much nicer being down here than it is being up there. We had fun and games last night with giant spiders. What were they called? Cardinal spiders? I think they're called cardinal spiders. I looked it up. Yeah, cardinal spiders. Apparently it's got something to do with Cardinal Wolsey being terrified of them. But apparently they can get up to, can't see my rulers, hang on. Their leg spans can be up to 12 centimeters long, so that long. That is sort of 4.5 inches, which I appreciate for the majority of the world is nothing. They're tiny little spiders, but the biggest ones that we have, and the one that we had in the bathroom last night, was definitely on the sort of the larger scale. He was that big. He was the biggest that I've ever seen. That photo did not do it justice. I did try and get my hand close for a comparison, and then it was just like, what the fluff am I doing? And so I stopped. But I put my toilet paper ladder up for him, up to the window, anchored it down, went in this morning, and he's gone. So that's good. But then when I went back into my bedroom last night, Gianna was throwing herself at the little mosquito covering that I've got, which is only held up with magnets, and if she puts all of her weight on it, it comes down, as we learnt last year. And I went to peel it back to close the window because I was thinking she was trying to throw herself at something outside, and there was another giant one of those spiders on the covering. It's like, and Mum had to come and rescue me from that one. She kind of flicked it. She went and looked at the one in the bathroom and just said, nope, I'm not touching that. But this one she sort of flicked, and it went off the covering so I could reach in and close the window. So yeah, Marvin, as Nia has named him, hi Nia. Marvin has left the building and his wife got evicted last night. We're going to have to start charging them rent. They were ginormous. Absolutely enormous. And the dog's just been going nuts at the neighbour's dog, and she's bitten my thumb. And all of the pressure from her tooth came, like one of her back teeth came down on that point of my thumb. So it's really hurting. She hasn't cracked the nail, I don't think, but oh my God, that hurts. And she immediately rolled over onto her belly and did the whole like, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to bite you. But yeah, she gets so kind of like worked up and over the top about the neighbour's dog. And then, so yeah, it's been an exciting couple of days in the Singleton household. Vox 3D is here. Good morning, peeps. Good morning. Lollapalooza says, up early enough to catch a live for once. 6 a.m. here. Good grief, Lollapalooza. That's very early. Phoebe says, good morning, all. Good morning. Claire's here. Good morning, Shannon peeps. Good morning. David Arave says, good morning, good morning. Good morning. Diana says, hello, happy Sunday. I'm working on the closet decor proof today, just cutting out from scraps. If you lived closer, I could give you some stuffing. I'm taking this bag. I'm going to seal it all up and take it into H&M on Tuesday for them to recycle. Caroline says, good morning, Sean and peeps. Boom dia at Vox 3D. Oh, what language is that? Bethany's here. Good morning, peeps. Good morning, Bethany. Patricia says, good evening from somewhere, and then gets cut off. Nimue is here. Hello. David Arave says, measure him and tailor him some trousers for his 8. No, he was a disabled spider and he had 7 legs. One of his back legs was missing. And it wasn't me. I wasn't trying to capture him with a glass or anything, because trust me, my pint glass was not big enough. Not big. I was going to tip it and show you, but I've got liquid in it, so that would be silly. Not big enough. But no, it wasn't me that damaged him. I didn't damage him in any way. He arrived with his 7 legs. So yeah, No, Nia was trying to get me to make friends with him and go on adventures, and I was like, no, Nia. Elena's here. Good morning, lovely Shan and Peeps. Good morning. Mim73 says, hi, Shan, how are you? And hi, Peeps. Very well, thank you. Had an awful week with this, but today it seems to be behaving itself. I've already taken my drugs. Still debating whether to go and get the other drugs from the chemist. Probably should. Really don't want to take them. We shall see. But yes, no, sorry, this is meant to be a happy stream, isn't it? Yes, no, I'm good. I'm very good. Had some bad news. The pattern that Lady McElroy were hoping to launch at the Festival of Quilts has had to be delayed. So I won't be able to show you the super secret squirrel dress. It's not been made yet. It's cut out. It's in front of me. But yeah, it was supposed to be Saturday's video, but I won't be able to show you that. So I'm probably going to work on my border print jumpsuit for Saturday's video, fingers crossed. And we're going to try and do a Festival of Quilt haul with Mum and Nia on the Friday. So we're going to have to film it in the morning-ish of the Friday so that I can edit it in the afternoon and have it up for Friday afternoon. So yeah, that's what I'm planning. And then we've obviously got the 2 waffles that we need to do. Although I might say that the dailyish waffle that goes up on the Thursday, I might make that the border print jumpsuit video, put the dailyish waffle up on the Friday from the day at the festival, and then do the Festival of Quilts haul on the Saturday. Maybe something like that. We shall see. We shall see. Nia is here. Morning, everybody. Everybody peeps. Nimue says, aren't we lucky to have our mums to save us from creepy crawlies or winged menaces? Yes. Mum is terrified of spiders as well, but she was determined that she wasn't going to pass that fear on to James and I. So apparently when we were younger, she always made a point of picking them up and moving them in front of us. I still have a giant irrational fear and still went running to Mum and Dad last night when I was just like, there's a monster in the bathroom. We need to burn the house down. And she refused to help with that one, which is fine because the toilet paper ladder worked, but she did help me flick up. Like I couldn't bring myself to no. And she even, like, Chiana even gave her headbutts, and because we've got a deal that Chiana's favorite treats are the meat sticks, and she only gets them when somebody comes to visit, and from the visitor. She doesn't get them from me anymore. So when Mum walked in, Chiana immediately perked up, started purring and headbutting her, and it was like, I want the treats, and she got her treat. But then I was freaking out, and Mum was like, calm down, you're going to freak the cat out, and then the cat will get freaked out and throw herself out the window again. It's like, no, Chiana's fine. I am not. Barbara says, good morning, evening, Shan and Peeps from Smiley Face, and good morning, evening to you too, Barbara. William's here. Hi, hello. Trusting UK says, is waving hello. Hello. Michelle says, morning peeps, happy Sunday. Arachnids, always a fun topic, but I'm not scared, but I'm also not inviting them to visit either. We get wolf spiders in Bermuda. They are harmless, but big and hairy. Yes. I mean, apparently the cardinal spider, like, their bite is, you barely even feel it. If they do, they're not poisonous in any way, shape or form. We've only got one kind of, venomous. Not poisonous. Poisonous is if you eat them. Venomous is when they bite you. That's right. We've got the false widows. That's what we've got in the UK. And they used to live all over the place, and they will bite. We used to have those all over the house in Idle Rocks, but we're not too bad here. I've seen a few, but not so many. But yeah, just last night was 2 of them coming at me from both sides of my room. It was just like, so yeah. Cecilia says, hey peeps, hope everyone is doing well. Thank you very much, Cecilia. How are you? And hello. Vox 3D says, bon dia. Joe's here. Morning. Who else in the UK is a sweaty puddle? Me. I am, yes. Christine says, good morning, everyone. Good morning. Gin and Pin says, good morning from the Wirral. Staying with my mum for her 80th birthday next week. Forecast to be 30 degrees this afternoon. Yeah. Like I say, it was 31 in my room at the moment. Not fun. Caroline says to Joe, definite me. Chris says, good morning, Shan and Peeps from Adelaide. Hello, good evening. Christine says, not as muggy as yesterday here in the South Lancashire. Forecast back to rain for tomorrow. Elena says to Joe, we are melting here in V also. Mim73 says, I'm happy to hear that you feel better. Thank you. Sandra says, hey Peeps, hello from cold and wet Victoria. Hello. Anna's here. Hi all, how are you? Very well, thank you, Anna. How are you? Jane says, greetings all, looking forward to it starting to cool tomorrow. Yes. Yes, me too. Me too. So I've had the sewing machine packed away for filming for the last couple of days. So it's kind of half set up at the moment. It still needs, I need to change it from the last project to this one. I've been thinking about video ideas again, because I always come up with the best ideas with you guys. So I was wondering how you guys felt about me doing a my style through the years kind of video, and like trying to dig out some proper old school childhood photos through my teenage years to how my styles develop now. I was thinking about doing that, possibly. Not 100% sure, but I was thinking that might be quite a fun one, because I get so many people ask about my style and why I always wear the things that I do. And I think I'm definitely out of the experimentation side of my style. I think I have honed in on what I like. And I wear what I like. Let's move this a little closer. So yeah, I was thinking about maybe doing something like that. Maybe. Nimue says, sweaty puddles over here in Germany as well. Yeah, that's why I put this dress on today, because it's so hot. And I was just thinking, I really do need to make another one of these, because I love wearing this in the heat. It's the 7945. Mary says, good morning, evening from the Gold Coast. Brr, I am freezing here. Have you seen the new Lavender and Twine bag? I have indeed. I was here at its conception and I helped name it, because Brystone is one of the villages on the Isle of Wight. So I took Erica there for lunch. We walked around the church. That's the oldest building she's ever been in. It was just under 1,000 years old. So I have indeed seen the Brystone. I'm part of the pattern tester group as well, although I haven't tested a pattern for her yet. I do get to see all the ones being made up, and yeah, it's pretty awesome. So it's a very nice bag indeed. And actually, for any of you that don't know, Erica always puts her entire collection on discount when she launches a bag, so it's a really good time to pick up any of the Lavender and Twine patterns, and they are awesome. I had Erica literally sitting here using this sewing machine, making the Horiath with me, and I was over there on Mum's machine, and I didn't have to ask her for help once, because the instructions were just that well written. So yeah, and I didn't even look at the videos, and there's a video for every bag except the Janine. I think she's redoing the Janine instructions at some point, but yeah, that was a very long way of saying, yes, I have seen the Brystone bag and it's gorgeous and I do own it. Sewing in PJ says, hello Shine, planning rearrangement and major tidy up in the sewing room this week. Wish me luck. Good luck, you can do it. Cecilia says, would love a style through the years. Yeah, I think it might be interesting. Might be. Nimue says, just found where I didn't manage to cut around the tiny hole in my fabric. I ended up in the pocket bag. Best possible outcome of not paying attention. That is indeed. Caroline says, I like the sound of that. Nia says to Nimue, a small girl type creature is currently in Munich, rapidly falling in love with Germany. Yes, she looks like she's having a lovely time. Is she visiting one of her brothers? Because she's playing aunt, isn't she? So yes, is she visiting one of her brothers? Right, so I have my 6891 here, ready to Words are hard. Ready to attempt to sew. Oh, hello. My voice is going as well. But I think I might want to play with some fabric. Oh dear. Nia says yes, she's visiting her older stepbrother and his family. Ah, okay, okay. Box 3D says, this week I'm having a lot of sewing fails. Tried making something Friday, forgot to add seam allowance. Oh no. Oh no. This is sad. Gin and Pin says, I cut out a blouse to sew while I'm up at mum's, but now can't face setting up her old sewing machine. So I think I might sit and hand sew in the garden and take advantage of the weather. Nice. That does sound very nice indeed. Oh dear. Oh dear. Nimue says to Nia, I'm watching the European Championships go on in Munich on the TV. I'm pretty much at the other end. Glad she's enjoying her visit. Yeah, I'm melting. I am actually melting. What do I want to do today? Do I want to do this? Because I still have to cut out. I have to cut out bias binding. No, not bias binding. Words are hard. I have to cut out interfacing. That's the word I'm looking for. But I have to get this done, and I have to get the jumpsuit done so that I've got videos to go up while I'm away. But all I want to do is curl up into a ball and eat chocolate. Oh dear. Oh dear. Yeah. I mean, I don't know how much more fabric I can play with, to be honest. There's a few bits that are bugging me that are in the wrong place, so I could rearrange those, couldn't I? We all know how it cheers me up to play with fabric, so maybe I should just do that. My thumb hurts as well. She didn't mean to bite me. She was thoroughly overexcited by the next door neighbour's dog, but yeah, ouchie. Ouchie, ouchie, ouchie. Michelle says, play with fabric, play with fabric, play with fabric. Nimue says, I actually haven't been to Munich myself, even though my dad lived there for 5 years, long before I was in the planning. Ah. Marissa says, hi, Shannon Peeps. I bought a brand new sewing machine at the weekend. I haven't worked up the courage to actually use it yet, though. Oh, I know that. I know that feeling. This one sat there for 6 months before I plucked up the courage to use it, and I went on a 2-day course to learn. So yeah, don't leave it that long, but I totally get you. Lox 3D says, I also made a dress yesterday, finished at 1 a.m. with great finish details. I need to find out I should not have sized down, and I had to cut one, and I had only cut one skirt panel. I just cut and glued a new size. Oh, I'm sorry. Susan says, first time to comment live. Good morning from Michigan. We're cold. Have you seen Vanessa Hussein carry skirt? I thought it would look something. I thought it looked like something you would like. I haven't. Let me have a look. An email to say that Kittenish Behaviour is live on YouTube currently. That's good to know. Got to not leave myself tabs open with giant pictures of spiders on them either. So Vanessa with an E, not a Q. And I can read Hanson. Carry skirt. Oh, it's pretty. That is pretty. Now, honestly, that's not something that I usually would go for, because the thought of the volume coming from my hips like that kind of fills me with dread. But after doing that shirt dress with the yoke on it, I might be persuaded to try that. I do have to say I've got a couple of patterns already that are pretty similar, but I do like it, and I can see why you thought of me. So yeah, it's a nice one. Thank you for the recommendation. Jenny says it's a shame about the super secret squirrel dress. Does this mean you can't make it up for the Festival of Quilts? No, I'm still going. That was a discussion, believe me. This week has not been great news-wise. So yeah, there's been quite a few giant things thrown at me this week, which has not been fun, but never mind. It is what life is. You know, life is what happens while you're busy making plans and all that. So Raymond messaged me and just said that the printers aren't, Raymond is from Lady McElroy, sorry. He messaged me to say that the printers aren't able to get everything done in time for the Festival of Quilts, so that they won't be launching the dress there. We were going to the Festival of Quilts anyway, and we're going on the Thursday as guests. We've paid for the tickets. We've paid for VIP tickets, so we'll be there on the Thursday. And Raymond was just like, you know, I don't know what to do. And I was like, well, I'm there anyway. And you wanted me to come to the show at Alexander, you know, the knitting and stitching show, and another one that was up in Birmingham. And the reason that I didn't go to those ones is because it would just have been too expensive with the travel and the hotels, and then the cost of me. And you know, when I said to them this time round, I'm going to be in the area, so I will have already traveled there. I have somewhere to stay. So, you know, like, you don't have to pay for those things. Whereas you would have had to with these other shows that you wanted me to do. I was like, you know, I've got all these other things that I can bring. You launching a whole bunch of fabrics, like the Parrot Dice fabric's going to be there. Elephant Chameleon is going to be there. So I was like, you know, why don't I come anyway? And he was like, yeah, okay. So we're having a phone call tomorrow to try and work out the logistics of it all. But yeah, it was really sad because the dress is gorgeous. It's going to be really, really interesting. I just it would have been nice to help them launch it, but at another time possibly. So it'll be amazing whenever it does launch. Sorry, I am really struggling with words today. The lack of sleep. So yes, I'm still going to the Festival of Quilts, and I will still be there. Hopefully, like I say, we're having a phone call tomorrow to discuss the finer points. So fingers crossed they still say yes, because otherwise we can change things around. But yeah, still going. Natalie's here. Morning all. Good morning. Shanae says good morning all. Shanae from South Africa. Elena says, I lost my Sojo this week. Hopefully a good portion of Sian energy will bring it back. I'm sorry, I'm being such a Debbie Downer as well. I've got to stop saying that. Haven't I? It's not fair to Debbies. Yes, Daisy Chain Stitcher. Good morning from a very hot Enskede. I said that correctly. Thank you for the phonetic pronunciation. Diana says that must take some of the pressure off not to have to finish the super secret squirrel dress. It kind of does, but it kind of then gives me a different pressure because that was going to be my Saturday video, and now I have no video for Saturday, so I'm having to scramble to get something else ready and in place. Mum bought new squash. It's raspberry and lemon. It's really delicious, but it doesn't go very well with toothpaste. Right, let me go and get some navy thread, because I'm going to have to do some sewing today, aren't I? Even if I don't get very much done with you guys, got to get some done. Oh, as well, guys, I'm having to be really, really restrained. Jo Browns have just released their autumn shoe and boot collection, and I want 3 pairs. They've got some navy ones, which are like the tan ones that I bought, and I have a pair of navy over the knee boots, but the heel on them is like this, so I wear them for photos and nothing else. Whereas those Jo Brown boots, I can wear easily. So I think what I'm going to do is sell a whole bunch of my currant boots to fund them, and the other ones that they've done are some burgundy boots with that Victorian style heel that I've got currently in the khaki green colour and the turquoise colour, and they are some of the most comfortable shoes I've ever had. And then they've got a black pair that are just lovely. Not very vintage looking at all, but just lovely. So yeah, I'm having to be really well behaved, because if I'm not, then I will have no money at all. Let's see, where did I get to with the chat? Everyone says, morning everyone, hope you're all well, and those in the south of England are coping with this heat. Just about. We're up to still 25.5 degrees in here at the moment. Let's see. Diana says to Shanae, I'm in South Africa as well, in Pretoria. Oh, cool. Sue says, have you done a sew along for the gorgeous white blouse? The one with the big sleeves? Technically, yes, because it's the 9345, although I don't include the sleeves in that sew along, and I don't include elongating the blouse, but I am using that pattern for my five-piece capsule put wardrobe from One Pattern, and I am going to show you how to change the bodice into the blouse, because I still need to alter mine a little bit more. It's still not quite wide enough around the hips, even with the side vents that I put in. And then I have a video for the continuous lap, and I will show you where I get the cuff from. So I haven't yet, but that is coming up. That's part of September's plans. So you will be seeing that fairly soon-ish. Elena says, it's not fun when all plans change rapidly and in the wrong direction. I know, this week has kicked my butt. This week has mentally kicked my butt, and it has not helped. They're not related. The pain came first, the bad news came after, because lots of people have been asking me that. And no. I mean, I know they meant it with the best intentions, but somebody actually sent me something along the lines of that I was holding on to anger about things, and that was where my pain was coming from. And I know they didn't mean it meanly or maliciously, and I know that there is kind of like, you know, basis in that. It's not completely mythical, but I like to think I'm a fairly well-adjusted person. I have my issues, but that email upset me quite a little bit, actually. That I know it wasn't meant to imply that I was doing it to myself, but it kind of did. And it made me sit there and think about, well, why am I thinking that that's what this person is saying? And it wasn't that what that person is intentions, but it was just one of those ones where it was just like, yeah. Yeah. Marissa says, yes, let's hope I don't leave it like that long. I've packed away my old machine in an effort to encourage myself to take the plunge. I think one of the things that I actually took away from the class, and even though I know I said there was 6 months between me doing the class and actually getting my machine out to sew, but that was more about where I was in my life at the time and what was going on, rather than being scared of this thing. I was scared of it, but I also hadn't properly. This was the start of like this. And I was actually, somebody asked on, I think it was Jenny, asked on the video that went up yesterday, like she'd heard really bad things about the Anna bodice, and that was one of the first things that I made properly. It was about 8 years ago now, maybe 9. But if that. And I have read disaster stories of people having to change the shape of the Anna bodice so much that it's just like, oh, it's a badly drafted pattern. For me, it works really well. I have to do a full bust adjustment, and then, I mean, you've all seen how many I've made and how I wear them and how they look. So, you know, honestly, my honest review is I love that pattern, and that's why I rave about it and make so many of them. The only adjustment I've ever made is a full bust adjustment, because they draft for a B cup and I have bigger boobs than that, but I think they have drafted for D cups now, so I might not need it if I change. But I'm not going to buy a new pattern because I've got the original one that works really well for me. I do think I am very similar in type to the block that they draft from, which helps. And I know not everybody's shape is the same. So, you know, I got really lucky that I tried that dress and it worked so well for me. But sorry, that was a really waffly tangent, wasn't it? What I was going to say is the thing that they had me doing with this was just playing on a piece of calico, not trying to make anything, but just playing around with the stitches and just, you know, sewing two pieces together and then doing a decorative stitch and then doing this. And that is something to bear in mind, is if you do play around with decorative stitches and stuff, do it through the thickness that you would sew with. So, you know, you sometimes sew through a single layer of fabric, but not very frequently. So, you know, play around with some scrap pieces of fabric just to get it under the machine. And for, you know, to troubleshoot, if anything goes wrong, then it's not on a garment. That would be my advice and probably what I would do if I got a brand new machine. Nia says, Saturday, can you just vlog the quilt show? Yes, and I'm planning on it. But I do need a video, so I need the schedule is daily waffles on the Tuesday and the Thursday, and then proper videos on the Saturday and Sunday, and then a hangout on the proper videos on the Friday and the Saturday, and then a hangout on the Sunday. So I'm not doing the hangout on the Sunday because I'm at the show. But what I was thinking was maybe do the waffle on the Tuesday, do the border print jumpsuit on the Thursday, do the Festival of Quilts dailyish waffle on the Friday, film the Festival of Quilts haul with you and Mum on the Friday, have that edited and up for the Saturday evening, and then just film what I can at the Festival of Quilts on the Saturday and the Sunday whilst I'm on the Lady McElroy store. So that's what I'm thinking, is just swapping around the Thursday and the Friday videos. Still means I need to get the border print jumpsuit done, but I've got plenty of time to get that done. And it, you know, it's the filming of it. I know it's been in the naughty corner for long enough now. I think it deserves to get made up. So yeah, that's the plan. Bree says, good evening from Western Australia, peeps. What are we sewing today? We are thinking about sewing the 6891 shirt dress. We're thinking about it. Philmeen says, I love your dress. It looks good on you, and that fabric is beautiful. Thank you. I do love this. And there is a sew along for this dress. McCall's 7945. Eske says, hi from Aachen, Germany. Equally hot as Enskede, probably. And hopefully I said something of those kind of correct. Sue says, yes. Renske says, 30 degrees already. I think it is 30 degrees outside. We are currently 26.5 degrees in here now. Sue says, oh, okay, thank you, fab, looking forward to it. That was about the big sleeved shirt. Shanae says to Diana, hi, I'm on a small holiday just outside Cape Town. Nice to have another South African enjoying Sean's channel. Awesome. Yeah, I know there are more than just 2 languages in South Africa, but the only ones I obviously know English, but I speak a little bit of Afrikaans, but the majority of that is rude, so I won't do any of that because that's the stuff that I remember. So, yeah. Daisy Chain Stitcher says, Ereske, we're already up near 30. Real feel, according to my phone, 31. Wilmy says, I'm finishing my next Paper Theory Olya shirt, winter shirt shacket, and my sewing machine butched up 3 buttonholes. It does that when the fabric is thicker. Oh no. Now I'm thinking about getting a Bernina 570. What do you think? Is that a good one for garment sewing? I don't know. I don't know. I lots of people ask me for recommendations for sewing machines, and I can thoroughly say that I love my 830. It's not without its issues. It has, when it has a temperamental fit, it really has a temperamental fit, and it's usually because the sensor's gone, and that's nothing that you can troubleshoot by yourself. There are things you can troubleshoot by yourself, but not lots of them. So, you know, my experience with Bernina is the 8 series. Mum has had a 440 which she's gifted to Nia, and I have sewn on that, and I have made dresses on that in Saudi Arabia. And that is Nia's main machine, and I think Nia loves her. Betty the Bernina, is that right, Nia? But my only experience of Bernina sewing machines is the 8 series, which, as I say, I absolutely love. Do I recommend people buy this? If you have the money and you want a machine that also does embroidery, then 100%. Do you have to buy a machine that does this much stuff? No, you do not. Absolutely not. It's a lot of money, and it's a big machine. It is not a take this to your local sewing guild kind of every Friday kind of sewing machine. It's a heavy beast of a machine. But I have never sewn on anything other than the 440 and this. So I don't know about the 570. I would say, as I always say, go to your local dealer and tell them what you're looking for. And if they're a reputable dealer, they will help you find the best bang for your buck, as it were. That would be my advice. And you want to make sure that your local dealer also services machines. We found that when we moved to the island. Our dealer was a bronze level dealer for Bernina, which meant that he didn't do this series. And I was the only person on the island with one of them for a very long time, so he refused to service it because he would have had to have gone and done a course, which is totally fine. He was a brother man. He loved the brother brand, and if you went in to that shop, that was all you were shown, despite the fact that he was a dealer for other brands as well. He was very much like brother. So Mum and I have to take this over to the mainland to get it serviced, which we are doing. We've got 3 8 series machines in the house at the moment because Mum's friend Carrie came round last night and dropped off hers so that we could take it up to Brett for him to service hers as well. Yeah, so when Mum came to buy hers, she didn't buy it through our local local sewing machine shop because he was just like, nah. So yeah, she spent her money on the mainland, and we do have to go to the mainland to get them serviced. But yeah, that's a really long-winded way of saying I have no idea about that machine. But I love Bernina as a brand. They are expensive, but in my experience, limited as it is, they have been very good. The reason Mum got Bernina is because when she got back into sewing in Saudi, the lady who was in the quilt guild was a Bernina dealer, and that's all she dealt. So Mum didn't have an option, but this woman was just like, Bernina, here you go. And she's not looked back either. So brand, yes. 570, no idea about the actual machine itself. Go to your local dealer, tell them what you want, tell them your budget, have a play on lots of machines and see what they say, is my recommendation. Nia says, I'm cutting out 2 more Soviet sundresses. I love them. Nice. Amy says, I have a Bernina 590 and it's wonderful. Awesome. Jen Pin says, my plan B for Dressmaker's Ball has almost become plan A. I now have 4 meters of lightweight 4-way stretch velvet to make beach pajamas for £15. Nice. Nia, I don't know if you actually wore them, but I know you made yourself a pair of beach pajamas for one of the officers' balls, didn't you? For one of the Christmas balls. Sal says, good day, Shannon Peeps. It's 14 degrees here in Sydney and 8:30 p.m. Good evening, Sal. Lala Palooza says, when you did the shearing on your paradise dress, did you fiddle with your tension or just use standard settings? I just used my standard settings. Somebody, when I made the comment about my machine not sounding happy about it, said, oh, you need to turn the tension, you need to lower or raise the tension on your bobbins with the little screw that's on the bobbin. It was like, screw on the bobbin? No. For tension, I press a button on the screen and twiddle a dial. So it was just like, yeah, nope. This machine, it's one of those ones where as long as you tell it what you're doing, it will be like, okay. and it'll do its thing from there. It's got all these sensors in there to sense those kinds of things and just be like, aha. So yeah, as long as you like it, you can tell it what stitch plate you've got on, what foot, what needle, all those kinds of things, and as long as you tell it the information, it won't let you fluff up. So that's one of the things I love about mine. I've never named my machine. I never named mine. Susan says, hi Shannon Peeps, Wilhelmine, I just made my all year shirt as well. Very interesting pattern. Nice. Susan says, I have a Janome machines, never had a problem with any of them. Nia says, I adore my 440 QE, it's Quilters edition. She's my most prized non-living possession and she's a little workhorse. Yes. I made the muslin for your wedding dress on that one, actually, didn't I? In Saudi Arabia, out of actual calico that we got from IKEA. I drew all over it and it fit you really nicely out of the packet, and then you announced that you were going to wear a corset. And it was like, oh, so all that work I've done for nothing. But no, it wasn't for nothing, because we knew that the dress fit you pretty well out of the packet, so then it was just going to be like tweaking it. And then I decided to leave it until a week before the wedding because I couldn't get you to stay still for long enough to be measured. I was sewing your wedding dress up until like the night before. I was sewing the trim on, wasn't I? That was fun. And 2 bridesmaids dresses as well. Yeah. Still my proudest make, definitely. Michelle says, I've used Brother and Singer machines. I'm a novice, so they are good for basic sewists. Haven't figured out the bells and whistles on my new Singer Fashion Mate. Oh, nice. And Nia says to Gin and Pins, that sounds awesome, to the Velvet Beach Pajamas. Tristan's here. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Hey Meadow says, I have the Bernina Poor Cousin, which I researched and chose. I have the Bernette B77 and B44 Funlock, and I love them both. She's got her cover on. But B42 Funlock. Bernette. So yes. She doesn't get used nearly often enough, that one. I was really hoping that we would have had space in here for me to set up a desk for the overlocker and cover stitch machine to be out permanently on, but I had to sacrifice that for the cutting table, and it was the right choice 100%. So yeah, my cover lock does not, my cover stitch does not get used nearly often enough. Yvonne says, currently making my second magnolia. Love this pattern. Me too. Me too. Saskia says, I'm looking at McCall's 8083. Would you guys think this suitable for a beginner? That rings bells. That does ring bells. McCall's 8083. Thought it rang bells. Now I have that pattern. Do I have it over here? Don't think I do. No, it's over here. Let's see. I have it in both size bundles as well. It is a very pretty dress. Definitely easy. The only thing I would say is buttonholes, but if you're confident in doing buttonholes, then that is awesome. If you are not, practice through all the layers of fabric that the end result will have. So the interfacing, the fabric, and the layers, because usually there'll be the outer fabric, the interfacing, and the facing. So practice your buttonholes through all of the layers of fabric that they'll have to go through in the original pattern. Sorry, I didn't show you guys this, did I? This one. It is gorgeous. And the other thing as well is, don't forget that the finished garment measurements, they've got the width. Finished garment measurements, AB width. Width of what? I mean, 62 inches, I'm guessing the hem, but what's the, I mean, apart from bias binding, okay, it's helpful for that. But, and then length from base of neck. So they might have it on the website though, the finished garment measurements. They might have it on the website, but the finished garment measurement actual measurements will be on the tissue paper in the location. So the bust will be where the apex point is marked on the pattern. The waist will be at the waist point, the hips will be at the hip point, biceps at the bicep point, and there's like a little circle with a cross in the middle of it, which will show you where those points are meant to be. And check those for the measurements. Really interested now to see how much, when you say complete, when you say a beginner, how much of a beginner are you, Saskia? Like, what have you made? So I've done the full bust adjustments for you, so that's nice. So it's one of their cupped patterns, so that's good. At least, yeah, A, B, C, and D cups. Yeah, I don't see any reason why this wouldn't work for a beginner other than the buttonholes. Yeah, I would think that's beginner friendly. Again, that's me saying it from the perspective of like, I've made a lot of dresses and a lot of McCall's dresses, but yeah, that looks pretty beginner friendly. I think it would be good. Claire says, I have the Bernina 570Q Quilters edition with the embroidery unit and had it for 2 years. I love it. Oh, awesome. Well, there you go. Somebody actual experience of the 570. Nia says, they made me look like a cherry red python that had swallowed a hippo whole. So Ree has them. My fault. Totally wrong fabric choice. Still love the originals. I like to keep you alert. Marissa, was that in reference to me making your wedding dress a week before your wedding? Yeah, I mean, you were very chilled through the whole thing, so thank you for that. No, my mum was not chilled about it, but it was like, seriously, I can't make this bloody dress without you there, because you want to make so many alterations. Like, you know, we had to put in a waist seam and we had to do the thing, and then yeah, it was good. It was good. It worked. Marissa says, my new machine is a Geeky F600, which is a brand I've never used before. My old machine is a Janome, but all the reviews were glowing, so fingers crossed. Nice. Cecilia says, love the print of the dress you're wearing. Thank you. It's called Electric Feathers, and it was from the Textile Centre many moons ago, and I wish I'd got more of it because I absolutely love it. Carol said, good morning from New York City. I have a Bernina B215 and I'm very happy with it. It really does all I need. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. Yeah, one of the things I love about my 830 is the 12-inch throat space, and that allows me to sew things in ways that, you know, like putting all of the project under the throat space, which if I only had a 6-inch throat space, which most machines come as standard, would be very much more difficult to do. So yeah, I'm definitely spoiled with this thing. It really does way more than I need it to do for sewing just garments though. So it's definitely not one of those that I would recommend that you need. It's just nice. Lalapalooza says, I have a Singer 9960. I've had it for 6 years and still learning new things I can do on it. Nice. Saskia says, I have a couple of years of machine quilting experience, but I only ever made one gathered skirt and one dress. But that sounds like something I'm willing to tackle. Thank you so much for checking. You're very welcome, Saskia. If you want, there are tutorials on my channel for French seaming in pockets, although it says to make this with crepes, chalets, crepe de chines and charmeuses. So that's going to be the challenging thing, I would think, would be that the fabric is going to be a little bit slipperier. I would go, I think, so somebody asked me to do a video on this as well. As a beginner, I would go for something like a cotton lawn, and I still think a cotton lawn would look really nice in this. It wouldn't be as drapey as the crepes, chalets, crepe de chines and charmeuses that they've recommended, but it's going to be a much more pleasant sew for you, and it's still going to have a lightweight drape to it. And I personally like gathers in skirts. One or two gathers. I personally like gathering in skirts, so, and I like it to look poofy. 3.5 meters of fabric in at the hem there. Sorry, in at the waist there. So for me, a cotton lawn in this dress with the skirt gathered in, I actually like that look, but that is something to bear in mind. I do have a tutorial on my channel for putting in pockets with a clean finish. Not to make your life difficult though. If you're going to use a challis or a drapey fabric, personally, I would leave the pockets off. I find that the lighter the weight fabric, cotton lawn, yes, but lighter weight fabrics, I would leave the pockets out. Yeah, that would be the only thing that I would say with this one, is ignore their recommendations for suggested fabrics and go with a cotton lawn, just to make your life easier. Because I remember when I first, probably about 15 years ago now, I remember going to John Lewis and buying some silk chiffon to make a skirt with, having no experience with that fabric before, and making this skirt and it just being atrocious. And I didn't realize that I had to change the needle on my machine, so I'd been sewing like everything with the same needle, which was totally blunt. And yeah, it put me off for a very long time. So I would say go with a cotton lawn for that one. I think you just said, I was definitely thinking cotton lawn or thin viscose with some starch. Lol. I will take a look at the pockets you mentioned. Yeah, it's the French seam pockets, which again is added layers of difficulty. So if you don't have to do that. You can overlock the edges, or you can pink the edges, or you can bias bind the edges. I like French seams, and they were one of the first things that I learnt to do when I got back into sewing properly with the By Hand London Anna skirts. So that would be my suggestion. But yeah, I wouldn't go for a rayon. I wouldn't go for a thin viscose, that, like you said. I would go for the cotton lawn, 100% cotton lawn, because you've done lots of quilting. So you're experienced at getting things to do what they're told to do. So yeah, for your first dress, make your life easy, make you want to do things again, like totally. Once you've got the hang of it, like go for the rayon afterwards. But for the first one, cotton lawn, 100%. And now I need to put that in my I want to make it pile. Kelly says, morning lovelies, I'm cutting at a practice NCW. I've watched your sew along twice now and I'm ready. I think you can do it. You can do it. I haven't made one of those for ages. Ages and ages and ages. Leslie says, good morning peeps. I missed a good bit. My notification didn't go off again. Oh, no worries Leslie though. Thank you for joining us now. Haven't done any sewing so far. Just 53 minutes of waffling. Wow. Gosh, I can waffle. Michelle says, Leslie, my notifications are always late too. Interesting. I'm going to yawn, excuse me. Don't know where that came from. Mim73 says, I own a Bernina 4.8 since 1 month and love it, except of the buttonholes. Oh no. Oh no. And Shatta says, good morning everyone. Hope you're all having a wonderful day. Very well, thank you. Very good, thank you. Nimoy says, throat space is one of the things I really miss on my machine, but they sell QEs with no more than I have now, and the large ones are almost all computerized, which I don't want, and thus expensive. Yeah. So, oh, I read that one as well. Carol says to Saskia, lots of starch. Yes, lots of starch. If you do go down the viscose route, lots of starch. But I would start with cotton lawn to make you want to fall in love with, you know, don't make your life too hard. Make it so that you'll fall in love with dress sewing for your first project. Natalie said, oh God. Oh. Oh. I am totally awake, even with no sleep. Natalie says, since my machine broke last hangout, I've had to research beginner level sewing machines, and I'm probably going to get the Singer Heavy Duty 4452. Is that the grey one with the red knobs? That's all I know about it. But it looks like, did someone have one of those at the retreat? Nimue says, don't forget to like the stream, peeps. Oh yes, there's 134 of us and 56 likes. Saskia says to Carol, so much starch. Yes. Mary says, hello from Carlisle, Ohio. Just got on. How's mum and dad doing? They're very well, thank you. They had some friends around for lunch yesterday, which they very much enjoyed. Amy says to Wilmeen, look at your Bernina dealer to see if they have a recommended machine, as some people get a machine and return. A reconditioned machine. That's hard. Yes, actually, I would love an 820, which is this one, but without the embroidery or sideways motion on it, which I don't really use and need that, you know, very often. But I would love to have an 820. I'd set this up as an embroidery one, have it embroidering in the corner and then sewing on the 820. That would be the dream. And it would fit all of the stuff that I've already got for my table, like, because it's exactly the same shape as the 830, except it doesn't have the embroidery or sideways motion on it. Oh, yes. Jane says, it seemed to have gorilla arms, making a peasant blouse, added 2 inches to the length, still a good 2 inches short, so changing tack and adding cuffs. Thought I was nearly finished. Oh. Yeah, no, I do think they seem to draw sleeves quite short, because I always have to add loads of length. I ended up adding 4 inches of length to the sleeves on these ones. Nimue says, I have the heavy duty 5511 and I love it. Nappy says, yes, the manly, rugged, heavy duty, lol. For my budget, it seems a good option. Awesome. The Haymeadow says, I'm printing, sticking and cutting out patterns. Just wanted to try and have projects cut out and just ready to sew up. I very much enjoy that. That's why I do the batch cutting the way that I do. Sorry, random tangent. I have used a peel-off base coat on my nails because I actually find that it doesn't chip as much as if I used a regular base coat. But where the dog bit me, it's cracked all the nail polish and it's now come off of the bottom. So I'm going to have to repaint that one. Nimue says, simple machine hasn't given me any issues, but I haven't found anything it won't sew yet. Well behaved on buttonholes as well. I put them in squishy cable knit sweatshirting and they came out fine. Clumsy fingers. Nice. Elena says, my machine is from the heavy duty family and it's awesome. Bit loud, but definitely a good machine. Nice. Mia says to Mim, oh no, mine does beautiful buttonholes. What don't you like about them? Right. I'm too hot to sew. I'm too hot to concentrate. Because one of the first things I've got to do is iron on interfacing, and I really don't want to do that. So let's have a play around in here, shall we? Because there are some things that are out of order, and we all know how that bugs me. So we've got a giant blue bottle. I don't want you. Go away. Let's see. Try and maneuver this out of the way at least a little bit so I can get at the actual fabric. That would be a good start. I'm going to move this back a little bit. I'm going to move over here. Because, so this is my bottom weight fabrics here, and then I've got 2 double gauzes, and then I've got more bottom weight fabric over here, and this is the polyesters. So these need to change around. This is not the correct order of operations. This is not where things should be. I'm also going to put my machine back down and get out the cover so I can use it as a table. Let's see, where did I get to with the chat? Natasha says, my old singer had a 4-step buttonhole, so I'm looking forward to a 1-step. Nice, yes. Carol says to Elena, put a piece of carpet under your machine, it will absorb some of the noise. Ooh, yeah. Shock absorbers. Anna says, speaking of buttonholes, that is what I will be doing shortly. Just hand sewn the actual buttons onto my 70s style Modella 5864 shirt. Nice. Cecilia says, just striking the fabric is a valid reason to be in the studio. I think so. I think so. I will get on with the shirt dress at some point today, because as I say, it's something I need to take to the Festival of Quilts with me, so it's not like I can just put it to the side. Needs to be done. And I want to have it done, because I would like to have it finished as well. But yeah, first thing that I have to do is ironing, so no. The Hay Meadow says to Anna, I'm looking forward to seeing that dress finished, Anna. And Anna says, the Hay Meadow, hiya, how are you? Everybody check out the Hay Meadow's new YouTube channel. Nice, nice. Mim73 says, Nia, if I choose the automatic buttonhole, it sometimes won't come back and sews a straight line, although it's not a heavy duty fabric and there's no big height difference. Do you just press the go button, or do you do it with your pedal? Because my machine, I could just press sew and it would do the buttonhole all in one go. And I found that, every now and again it would just do different random things. But if I do it with my foot pedal, it's the same process. The machine knows to do the whole thing, but I have control over the speed that it goes. So when it starts to fluff up, which does happen on occasion, I can stop it rather than having to randomly hit the machine. And yeah. So I don't know if that's a thing for the different machines, but that's what I found with buttonholes. The Hay Meadow said, I meant the shirt. And Anna says to the Hay Meadow, I almost finished. Elena says to Carol, I have quilted sewing mat under it. I'm just very sensitive to sound, but there's nothing that earphones can't fix. And listening to a good audiobook. I'm currently, I think I told you guys, listening to Sylvester. Very much enjoying it. Right. So technically, let's not rip all of my nails off. Technically, these are all lining fabrics, but my lining fabric stash is full. So they won't fit in there. But these two are bottom weight, so they should be in here. That's a corduroy and a triple crepe. Which means my cotton gauze can go in over here with the other cottons. That makes sense. In you go. There we go. These are my polyester fabrics. Which I know what I want all of them to be, so I really ought to get on with just actually making those up. And then This is also a polyester fabric that should be looking there. And another bottom weight fabric. I think I've changed my mind with my Cobra Corsage velvet. I think I want to make a bomber jacket out of it. I think. So did anyone have any ideas for the leftover woodland, foxy woodland fabric? Because I've got, like I say, about 1.3 meters and a big scrap. That feels better. Feels slightly better. Feels like I really ought to try and rearrange the lining fabrics because they've really gotten out of order and it's bugging me. And technically these ones are all to line laces which are down there, so they could go into that pile, which would give me room to put all the lining fabric in the same place, which I think I might want to do. And it has all got a little bit messy. So I think, yes, I think that's what I'm going to do. Because it's just, it'd be nice to have all the lining fabrics in one place. Let's see. Nia says to Mim, if you've the buttonhole foot, it might need calibrating. Mine used to do that. Oh, yeah. Linda's here. Hi, Peeps. Sorry you've had a rubbish news week. Had to have some dentist visits. Couldn't find an NHS dentist. My bill is £1,800. Then broke a tooth on a Yorkie bar. It needs to come out another 165. Oh, you poor thing. Ouchie. Ouchie. Mim73 says, I always use the foot pedal because more control. Yes. Took me a while to learn that. Sal says, I bought 2 meters of purple scarf recently that I would have no hope in making myself because it's 100% mulberry silk and chiffon. Oh, wow. Very fancy. Daydream would believe that Linda says, love the sound of the seagulls. Yes. Usually we're not hugely close to the sea like we used to be. We're not that much further away. We're a 10-minute walk now instead of a 5-minute walk. But it always, to me, it always means if you hear seagulls, it's always like, uh-oh, storm coming, because they should be out at sea. Daisy Chain Stitcher says, I have a rectangular piece of felt underneath my machine. It's what they had at my sewing class, so I went full copycat. Also makes pushing my machine out of the way when needed a lot easier. Hide and Silk's here. Hi all, hello. Linda says, could I ask where you got the fox fabric from? It's Lady McElroy. I don't think Sherwood's have it in stock. If you Google Lady McElroy Foxy Woodland, there are a couple of people who still have it in stock. I can always ask if they're going to reprint it. Natalie says, ooh, a purple silk scarf sounds lovely. I'm not good with a rolled hem at foot, so that's something I'd probably prefer buying to making. Yes, same here. And then it says, Sean, if you're going to do a bomber jacket, can you do a sew along of how I video on it? Possibly, yes. I have already traced it. Is the Rigel bomber jacket? Paper cut patterns, this one. And I want to fully line it with some fluffy jersey, some green fluffy jersey, but unfortunately that's right at the bottom of the pile, which I may or may not get out. But I've been wanting like a zip up cardigan for throwing on with my kind of jogging bottoms. So that's what I was thinking with that one. Nia says to Mim, I have some basic instructions you could try. Teresa says, has anyone made something, made it again, and then there is a step that you cannot understand for the life of you, beyond frustration? Yeah. Bree says, the low-key cami from Pattern Emporium. I don't think I would like a cami in cotton lawn. I don't think it would drape well enough for me. I'm thinking I'm going to probably do a shirt out of it and just be really careful with the pattern cutting. But it probably means that I would be avoiding putting any foxes in it, unless maybe like a fox on the arm, if I had enough fabric for full arm, which I probably won't, will I? So yeah, I don't know what to do with that 1.3 meters of fabric. Kathleen says, late good morning. Monday I was gifted 38 partial bolts of outdoor canvas and home deck fabric. Start washing it even though it's dry clean only. It's coming out great. Now what to do with it? Bag making would be my first go-to, but that's a lot, so I don't know. Gin and Pin says, I made a little quilted mat to go under my machine, but I don't use anything under my overlocker. Yeah, they're noisy beasts. Sal says to Natalie, it's gorgeous and I love it. Stands out with my black trench coat, plus it came with a scarf ring, which I have to YouTube to know what to do with. Lol. Nice. Natalie says, Teresa, what are you working on? And Nia says, deck chair slip covers. Oh, yes. Elena says, what about that Vogue cowl neck shirt? No, because again, it's cotton lawn, so it wouldn't drape well. That was one of the reasons that it works really well for the dress that I made with it, is because it's a cotton lawn, so it's got stiffness to it. It still drapes, as you can see, but yeah. And somebody said, oh, did you not put a zip in? It was like, oh, thank you. But yes, there is definitely a zip in there. There's no way that's getting on and off without it. We're meant to be sorting out the lining fabric, aren't we? Sorry, I'm dithering. Okay. So these ones can come out because these are going in to be in my fabric haul next month, which means these can go in down here with the laces they are meant to accompany. That makes sense. If I could get them in. Big Bird. I bought this. It's a heavier weight satin I got this from Fabwork Mills, and I was going to make a skirt with it, but it's polyester and I think it's going to bug me. It's actually a bit brighter than it's coming across on camera, but would you like, I've got 3 meters of this. Would you like it? Like I say, it's some heavier weight, so it's quite thick satin. But I was going to do a skirt, but I just don't think I will. So would you like it, Big Bird? Kathleen says, can you make a foxy wrap skirt? That would be gorgeous, but I don't have enough fabric, unfortunately. Somebody also suggested a pencil skirt, which again would work really well because of the type of print, but I don't think it would work well with the weight of the fabric, and I don't wear that kind of thing. To be fair, I think it's going to end up being a by hand London and a top, which I won't inflict upon you in a video format, but I do think would be the thing that I would get the most wear from. I mean, technically I could wear the one that I've got as a top under skirts, but as long as the skirts are long enough. But I think that because it's a full circle skirt, I might find that irritating under some of my skirts that aren't then also full circle skirts. So I think it's probably going to end up either that or a shirt, like I say, but cutting around the foxes, which I kind of think would be a shame. Mim says to Nia, my machine just was at the local dealer and I read everything and saw every video and re-buttonhole making it on the Bernina. We'll try some things. I bought the plastic height difference tool. Oh yes, hump jumper. Hump jumper. Got to love a hump jumper. I'm sorry you're having so many issues with your buttonholes. Annoying. Alex is here. Hi, Shannon Peeps. Hope everyone's well. Very well, thank you, Alex. How are you, my lovely? Could I ask you, are you going to the Festival of Quilts? Will I get to see you? It's been years. Nimue says, did you have any larger bags planned for the foxes could be used for panels? No. And I wouldn't want to put cotton lawn on the outside of a bag. I'm sorry, I'm not trying to shout down, I'm thinking about it, I'm not trying to shout down everyone's ideas. Like, you're coming up with really, really good ideas. It's just sort of things that I know that either I wouldn't wear or work in that fabric for me to wear, kind of thing. Sal says good day to Alex. Carol says fox would look nice to the side like a corsage or Laverne's L. Oh yeah, that could, yeah. No, I mean, I think if I was careful with it, because I was thinking a Melilo, because actually the expanse, if I didn't put the pockets on, the expanse of fabric from that one would work really well. But I think the reason I like the Melilo as much as I do is because it's drapey and it wouldn't be in that fabric. But maybe I just, I don't know. Hiding Silk says, can you get the Cosi blouse itch to stitch out of just over a meter? Ooh, let's have a look. Probably saying that very incorrectly. Itch to stitch, what was it? Oops. Images. Yeah, that's really nice, but again, I probably wouldn't wear it. I don't know, maybe. Possibly, but it's the same as like the Melilo shirt. I kind of think that I probably would prefer that in a drapier fabric. So I'm sorry I'm being so difficult. Conchetta says, could you use interfacing and use it as a feature panels on handbag? I mean, again, I wouldn't. You totally can. I wouldn't make an exterior of a bag in cotton lawn, even with interfacing. Possibly a lining, but I probably wouldn't use it on the outside. I'm sorry I'm being so difficult. Natalie says, the only good thing about not having a machine this past week is that I learned that hand sewn backstitch works well for knit fabrics. Oh, cool. Cecilia says, part of figuring out what you do want is finding out what you don't want. This is true, and you guys are helping me with this. Thank you. And I really don't mean to shoot down everybody's ideas. Sorry. Mim says, but thank you very much to Nia. Elena says, some sort of long waistcoat. Maybe, but again, I probably wouldn't wear that kind of thing. I'm trying to think about, because there's loads of things I could do with it that would look amazing, but then there were not sort of things that I would then wear. So that's what I'm trying to, and honestly, it's probably going to end up being a by hand London Anna bodice, maybe with the other fox on the front, if I can work out his spacing correctly so it's not identical to this one. But just because I know that I like it and I know that I wear it. Natalie says, just make the Anna top. It's your favourite and would get the most wear. That's what I'm thinking. And then just not tell anyone about it because everyone gets really annoyed with me for continuously making Annas. Right. Okay. Put back my fabrics. Got some very beautiful lining fabrics in here. Oh, I'm making a mess. All Mum's beautifully folded work and I'm just making a mess. I've still got some coat, so I need a crepe left. There's enough to line a coat or a jacket of some description. We've got some more iguanas. I'm thinking about selling that coat that I made with that fabric, the boiled wool fabric. Because my ex gave, I mean, to be fair, my ex gave me the Foxy Woodland fabric as well. But yeah, I'm seriously thinking about selling that turquoise boiled wool coat with the iguana lining, because the sleeves are still a little tight on me, so I need to go in and change those, which I have zero motivation to do. And also it's like the bad juju coat, because it's my ex's fabric that he gave to me. But okay, this might sound crazy. In fact, I mean, this idea has just come through my head, but like one of the reasons that he's given me a lot of fabric over the years, of which I have now used it all. That Foxy Woodland was the last one that he gave me as a present that I hadn't used. The rest of them have all been Lady McElroy prints. But then there was that one plain fabric that he gave me to make the coat from, which I do have images of. And this might sound daft, but when it's a fabric with a pattern on it, I can concentrate on the pattern. But when it's just a plain fabric, it's a really nice coat. It just makes me think of him. Does that sound totally nuts? Does that sound totally nuts? Elena says a Sorrento, lining for a Sorrento. I was thinking about that, possibly for the body, yes. Jane says, can you find some beige cotton lawn and do subtle colour blocking on a shirt? Possibly. Kathleen says a shawl type thing or a wrap? Possibly. But again, I don't really use those. Cecilia says, what about sleeveless top that could be worn with a cardigan? I think it would end up just being the Anna, because technically that's sort of only got cap sleeves, hasn't it? Terry says, please stop saying sorry for your own opinions. If you don't want something for whatever reason, your reasons are your own. Yes, yes. And I did get told off for apologising for saying that I wasn't going to tolerate negative comments on my opinion. So yeah, I shouldn't be sorry about my own opinion, should I? They are my opinions, but I shouldn't also force them onto other people. So yes, no, I'm just trying to. I'm just trying to be like, I'm not shooting down everybody's ideas. I do appreciate everyone coming up with the ideas because it is helpful. And like Cecilia says, it's definitely helpful for me narrowing down what I don't want to do with it and why. So yeah. Carol says, I've not sewn since end of May, pain from arthritis in my wrist, waiting for an operation end of August. I'm jealous of everyone being able to sew. It's really awful when you can't sew. Oh, Carol, I'm so sorry. Fingers crossed the operation goes really well for you. It's soon, and you can get back to sewing ASAP. 6600 Mom says, I love your Annas. Each print makes it different and gives me ideas on future projects. I do love that. Natalie says, thank goodness I don't have a YouTube channel. Everyone would get tired of tiered skirts. Yeah, Mim says, I tried to change the pleats on the Anna bodice into darts. Has anyone tried this before? No, I haven't. And I probably wouldn't have attempted it because of the way that they've been manipulated, probably from darts to start with into what they are now. No, I wouldn't. I would just try and find a bodice that has got the darts, the waist darts that you want. Alex says, I'm well. I'm unlikely to go to the Festival of Quilts this year. I can only go on Sunday and nobody else seems to be going Sunday. I'm there Sunday. I'm not saying that you should just come to just say hi to me, but I'm there on Sunday. I think Mum's coming on Sunday as well to look at the quilts again. I don't know if Nia wants to come on the Sunday. She's very welcome to. Conchetta says, sorry, Nimue, didn't see your post before. I sent mine. Apologies for the repeat. A vest with an adorable fox on the back. I am kind of leaning towards like a lining for a coat. That would look really, really cute. Like, hello, surprise foxes on the inside. And it would be a different use of it. Let's see. Linda says, thank you. Kathy says, good morning, Shan. Good morning. Linda says, could you get a PJ top from it? That was the other thing I was thinking, is a Carolyn pajama shirt, short sleeve shirt. I was thinking that might be quite cute. Possibly. Natalie says, Carol, I hope everything goes well for your surgery. Daisy Chain Stitcher says, I vote for an Anna. I love all the Anna tops you've made so far, and this print is perfect match for that pattern. No need to feel guilty for making a favourite pattern. This is true. Linda says, you created the Anna for just this reason, so make it and enjoy it. This is also true. The thing is, I do have 1.3 meters, and the Anna only takes about 70 centimeters. So I might end up with enough to make 2 Annas, which I don't want. Hide Silk says, there's a beautiful fitted blouse with peplum in the Patrons issue 409 number 21 downloadable, which is really pretty. Use it as the inside of the serpentine sun hat. Elb Textiles, very English garden party. Oh, I don't often wear hats, but I do have them. That could work. Nimue says to Conchetta, no worries, great minds and all that. When I'm sewing and relying on Sean to read the whole chat out loud, I often miss things at first as well. Oh, don't worry, don't worry. Alex says, then I shall be there. Yay! I haven't seen you for so long. Awesome. Big Bird, might we persuade you to come back on the Sunday as well? Or will you be busily sewing all of the things that you've purchased on the Thursday? Shanae says, I vote Anna too. It's a great top to use leftover fabric and looks great on you. Thank you. Cecilia says, it doesn't sound nuts. And if it doesn't bring you joy and you aren't going to alter the sleeves, pass it on with joy. If it taught you something about what you don't want in your life, this is true. This is true. Nimue says, sometimes it takes a while to detach things emotionally from the person we got them from. Maybe wait till the pain isn't so raw and then decide what to keep. This is true, and I don't need the coat for a while yet. Caroline says, aren't you planning a Sorrento to go with your 5 capsule items. I am doing a Geeky Sorrento, but I have a lining for that already, which is my Star Trek ship polka dot. So that's already got its lining. Hide Silk says, I've done PJs and made the bottoms in cotton and then used the same cotton as bias on the knit PJ vest top. Yeah, yeah. Cecilia says to Nimue, this sound device, ignore my earlier comment. Mim73 says, I will try the Vogue 8789 instead of the Anna bodice and see how that turns out. But I like the Anna bodice, perhaps if I lower the pleats. Oh, yeah, I mean, yeah. No, you can totally make them shorter. Like I say, I'm really lucky with By Hand London that their block that they draft from seems to fit my torso really well. My lower half, not so much. They the time I tried to make their Charlotte skirt was laughable. Did try, and that was out in Saudi Arabia as well. I made a muslin, and it was bad, very, very bad. But the top half seems to be quite good. So yes. Bree says, I've sent you an idea via Pinterest. I'm not on the other socials. I shall have a look. Bree wants to send you a message. Okay, Bree. Bree want preview. Oh, that's pretty. Yeah, and it's not a bad idea either. I like that. I like that a lot. Do you know what? I'm going to make myself a By Hand London Anna top with the foxes and try and put the different fox front and centre, but listening to my own advice and making sure that none of the darts or tucks interfere with his feet. So I've got a slightly different fox front and centre. And then I'm going to use the remainder for a pair of pyjamas with some plain cotton with the details picked out in the foxy print, because if I could perhaps even get like a little fox's face on a pocket. You guys are awesome. See, this is brilliant. This is why we go through this. Thank you, Brie. That's a very good idea. Nimue says to Cecilia, yours is also sound advice. Depends on where you are in the grieving process. I think I'm on the stages of, I think I'm just still sad. I've definitely been angry. I think I'm just sad now. Definitely not at acceptance yet, which sucks. But yeah. Natalie says, did you see Mariah Patty sewing underwear? It made me laugh that she ended up buying a Cover Stitch most expensive panties ever. I know, I thought that video was hilarious. Yes. Yes, I did. I really do need to start making myself some underwear at some point as well. I think Big Bird's disappeared. Let me text Big Bird a picture of this fabric because she's not snapped my arm off yet, which kind of surprises me. Marissa says, love that idea, Brie, so cute. Yes, I think that is the best of both worlds because I'll get to fussy cut out my foxes and then I'll have bits and pieces left over to pretty up some plain fabric into some really cute PJs. Awesome idea. Awesome idea. Right, we're putting away stuff, weren't we? I actually think I need to sneak away quickly for a bathroom break. Talk amongst yourselves. Don't move the mannequins, not that you can see them, but behave because it will freak me out. And I'll be back in a second. If I can get past my own barrier of clothing rack. Right, be back in a second. I'm back. Squeeze back in. Hello, I am back. Nia says yes, please to the satin. I thought she'd like it. Let's see. Where did I get to? Linda says heartbreak sucks. Yes, it does. Natalie says to Kathleen, are the bolts of home deck fabric natural fibres? Are you into bag making? Yeah, that was where I first went as well. Linda says, oh yes, someone passed me the fox fabric. Jane says, last day of 20% off Sherwood's, code SHWD20. Paradise might have fallen into my cart. Which colourway did you go for? And which base as well? Because I have it on cotton lawn in the chalk colourway, and obviously the viscose blue. Let's see. Did fabric fall out? Natalie says, make the rose fabric fall out of the cubby so Sian has to show them to us all over again. I mean, that is looking pretty messy. I'm willing to tidy it up with you guys if you would like, because I tidied up the rest of them. So I'm willing to tidy that one up because that has gotten a little unruly. Cecilia says, don't know if anyone has told you, Sian, I'm proud of you for not changing yourself and life for a boy. You exemplified a woman who values herself more than another's opinion despite the pain. Oh, thank you so much. Thank you. Yeah, like looking back on it, I realized I did actually change myself way more than I should have done. And it got to a step too far at some point, which actually was this time last year. And I did actually break up with him September last year, and I should have let it stick and let him talk me into trying again, and it was a mistake. But never mind, I tried what I am proud of is I tried my absolute darndest, and I tried lots of different ways to come up with solutions for it to make it work. And I can't say that it didn't work because I didn't put the effort in. So I am proud of that. But thank you. Linda says, what was the pattern on that Pinterest photo, please? Oh, it wasn't a pattern, it was just an idea from Polyvore. They're ready to wear. They're ready to wear. But it's a lovely idea. I think it's a really good idea. Daisy Chain Stitcher says, Brie, tried moving the mannequins by sheer willpower, but alas, think my mischief ideas aren't coming to fruition. Jane says, went for the viscose blue, but next to sale, maybe back for the peachy lawn. And Linda says, oh, thank you. No worries. No worries, Linda. No worries. I mean, it's a fairly seamless, so it's not got princess seams shirt with just a collar stand and collar and button placket, separate button placket. So a basic shirt pattern should work for that. Right. Got a tiny little bit of this silk left. I've lined the sleeves of the Sorrento and a whole waistcoat, but I've got that much of this silk left. Shame I haven't got a back, it would be top. So I refuse to get rid of it. I have no idea what I'm going to do with it. I'm sure I'll be able to line something else with it. That's why I've still got that one. Okay. These are plain rayons for lining. This is rayon. This. Then I've got the viscose acetate lining, which I do really like. And then I've got lots of pieces of the potted cream colour, but they're all big enough to get like a lining piece out, not for by hand London Anna because that's quite a big one, but for the dresses I've got smaller lining pieces. That would work really well. This is my cotton lawn linings. My cotton lawn stash. It's my Lady McElroy stash. Definitely sewing my way through it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 Lady McElroy prints in there. There's another one there and there. But yeah, working my way through my Lady McElroy stash, that's for sure. There are others in here that aren't Lady McElroy prints, but yes. Okay. So that's the linings and stuff reorganised, which is good. This can go up here for now. And like I say, that's going to be my September plans because I need a ball gown because we are going to the dressmaker's ball. So that's good. So let's sit down for a second. I've been waffling at you guys for ages. Let's see. Where did I get to? The top. Where did I get to? The chair. Oh, I'm not that far behind. I was thinking I was really far behind, but I wasn't. Michelle says, oh, well, if you insist, wouldn't dare have you in a messy space for reorganising the roses. Vim says, oh, can we see my absolute favourite fabric, the dragonfly from Hoffman? I love it so much. The only dragonflies I've got is from Lady McElroy. The damselfly one. I don't have a Hoffman one. Do I? I don't think I have a Hoffman one. Catherine says, greetings all, just back from church, which ended with Olivia Newton-John melody as the voluntary. Oh, how lovely. Yeah, it's so sad. Oh, Mum's here. I've blocked her and she can't get into her sewing machine. Hi.
Hello. I hear I have an abject apology to make.
Oh, your dog bit me.
Yeah.
And crushed my nail. That was where her fang, like, was one of her back ones as well. So she really put some pressure on it. Went down and crunched. It hasn't snapped the nail, and there was no blood, but it really hurt.
I'm so sorry.
So she did it, and I swore, and she immediately turned over on her back and went. So she immediately realised she'd done wrong.
Yeah.
But I was.
That's not. I mean,
I was holding her back by her chest, and I had my hand on her back.
Yeah.
And she was growling, but she'd calmed down from the abject, like throwing herself at the thing.
It's the red rage she gets into.
And so because I had my hand here, I went to pick her up from underneath like I usually do, and she just went for my thumb and bit me.
God, I'm so sorry.
That's all right.
Poor thumb.
Yes. Well, like I said, my nail polish is peeling off.
Yeah.
Like she properly crushed it. It was worse when all the nail polish was on because you could see the crush injury kind of radiating out. They're saying, hi, QQ, hope you're well.
Hello.
Hang on. She got a new dress on. Oh, careful.
Danger.
Yeah, danger, Will Robinson.
Beautiful dress.
It's the 857.
I've lost weight.
Yes. It's the 8577
yes.
with a half circle skirt on it.
Yeah.
You take side seams in.
Yes, I'll have to. Hi, nice to see everyone. The other bit I haven't told you, we're going to see Jane this afternoon again.
Okay.
I'm going to leave you with
the
wild dog.
The thing that attacked me. Excellent. Oh, Alex is coming to the show on Sunday. So
I'd love to see her.
Yeah.
I'll try and get there.
Because she said she didn't know she was going to come because she didn't know anyone that was going on Sunday. And I said, well, I'm going to be there.
Yeah.
So I shall ask Raymond for some extra tickets.
Oh, if he can.
Yeah.
If not, I'll buy a ticket for that day. Just an ordinary ticket. All right. So do you want me to leave the door open or shut?
No.
You sure?
It's too hot for it to be closed.
Okay.
Mind you, it's still only 26 degrees in here, but it feels like it's a lot hotter.
All right.
I'm cooking. Yes, no, your dog abused your daughter.
I got a t-shirt and a Renfrew t-shirt.
Out of the
Yeah.
Okay. What, with the cowl neckline?
No, with a t-shirt neckline.
Right. What did you do for the? Because isn't the other one based on the Renfrew as well?
No, it's based on that t-shirt.
Oh, you did. You rejigged.
Mm.
Okay. Yeah, Mum's machine is died. So it's a good job it's going to get fixed. So she's been working on my on all of her knit stuff so that she can actually do some sewing. And she's going now. She says bye. But Mim, yeah, which yeah, she's coming back again. Yes, Mother.
I gather the spider is lurking.
Where?
Well, you didn't know where it went. Do you think it went out your ladder?
Yes.
Oh, you do.
That's what I'm telling myself. Don't destroy my happy thoughts. I looked under everything in there. I couldn't see him anywhere.
Okay.
What I'm expecting is I'm going to have a shower and then he'll suddenly come out of the drain because you're like, no water, and it'll be these legs coming out of the drain. It'll be like, ah! And then I really will burn the house down. No, I think he used my toilet paper ladder.
Good.
That's what I'm telling myself.
Excellent.
Because otherwise it's hiding in the bathroom somewhere. No. Mim says it's the turquoise one you got as a present. I posted this. It's the turquoise one you got as a present. I posted the search in the group some time ago. It's with pink flowers. I need to. I didn't think I had any Hoffman prints. I need to look. Hoffman. Oh, well, they're pretty and I need them. They're really pretty. But I don't have that one, but it's very nice. It comes in a different colorway as well. Oh, it's 108 wide. Mim says, shall I repost in the group? Yes, please. Look at that one. It's 108 wide, so it's a quilt back, but it's so pretty. Oh, so pretty. Fabric shopping, I should not be. Alex says, hello Jane, you look amazing. Cecilia says, you look lovely, Jane. Yeah, they're both on keto and they've both lost nearly a stone. Carol says, Natalie, thanks for wishing me luck with the operation. Yes, Carol, good luck. Michelle says, hi Mum, hope you're looking beautiful in your dress. And yes, Mim says, shall you repost? Yes, please, Mim. Let me have a look. It's really hot in here. Really, really hot. Shall I reorganise the roses? Because they are messy and everything else is now very nicely organised and cleared away, isn't it? And the roses are not in a very good order. Is that a step too far? Linda says, oh, I just had to check the new season boots you mentioned. I may have made a purchase or two. Aren't they nice? Yeah, I want them. I want that. Anyone watch Bobby Ducarts? Why is it not coming up? Oh, hello, Suze. You come to attack me again. No, she didn't mean it. Oh, that one. Yes, I do have that one. At least I think I do. I didn't know that was a Hoffman print. Natalie says roses, please. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Here it is. My faux fur is tickling me. It feels like it's a spider. I'm going to be jumping at everything. Oh, it is called Dragonfly Dreams. I had no idea this was a Hoffman print. The very lovely Michelle sent this to me. It is beautiful. I am planning on making a summer dress with this one, but not this year. Does it have actual dragonflies in it then? I cannot see any dragonflies. That's why I didn't immediately come to my mind as dragonflies. I cannot see a single dragonfly. But yes, the very lovely Michelle sent Mum some fabric, which she's made a dress with, and me some fabric, and Dad some fabric, which Mum made Dad a shirt out of. But yes, this is beautiful. Oh, it still smells of the fabric softener as well. Oh. I'm going to try and squeeze all my fabrics back in there. Right. One of you said you wanted to see me reorganise the roses. One's enough. Because they're definitely not in order. It's a lot of roses. We love the roses. I'm so glad you guys indulge me in my fabric fondling needs. Can you imagine if I could make an entire channel out of just fabric fondling? It's a large pile. This is why I put this off till next year. It's going to take me months to get through this. Mimsim3 says yes. I had no idea that was a Hoffman fabric. I do own a Hoffman fabric and it is gorgeous. Kathleen says, do you ever do poppies? They are my favourite. The larger the better. I have made a poppy dress out of a quilting cotton. It doesn't fit me anymore, so it's in the boxes of things that don't fit me anymore. One of my favourite trashy diva prints is poppies. Really didn't need to know about those. Oh, these are the black boots that I want from Jo Brown's. Sorry, they're still in my... but I also want the blue ones and the burgundy ones. Come on, behave. No, go back. What shoes? Show me the shoes. I really like Jo Brown's boots because I know the lace-up ones fit me. There's the navy blue ones. So they're exactly the same as the ones I have, just the embroidery on them is a bit different. And I know they're comfy. So they're the blue ones, and then these are the burgundy ones with the vintage style heel. And again, I have those in 2 colours, and I know they fit me as well. So, oh, I was poppies, wasn't I? Sorry, I got distracted by an open tab of shoes on my phone, just like shoes. So, trashy diva poppies. Yeah, they did this blue poppy print. So pretty. So pretty. Can you copyright prints? Oh, they also did this one, which is very Dolce & Gabbana. But those are not fabrics that you can just buy, unfortunately. Yes. Let's see. But no, I haven't. I don't have any. I don't really come across poppy fabric. Actually, that one there, the bottom there, that navy, that's a poppy print. Is it, or is it pansies? No, it's pansies. Sorry, because just they begin with P, so clearly my brain has smooshed them together. No, I don't have any poppy prints. No, and I don't really see them very often, but I do like them. Catherine says, "Oh yes, I did order some red black Bernadettes from American Duchess pre-order." Nice. And Catherine says to Kathleen, "Love poppies. I have poster size print of a poppy I took a photo of." Oh, very cool. Nia has poppies. Ooh, they're pretty. Where did they come from, Nia? They're very pretty. Mim says, "It's so beautiful. Thank you very much, Shan." Oh, thank you for reminding me of it. I didn't realize it was called Dragonfly Dream, because I could not see a dragonfly on there for love nor money, but it's very pretty. Natalie says, "So pretty." Yes. Bree says, "I vote roses too." Thank you for indulging me. Box Reedy says, "We all have different styles and different preferences, different bodies, but one thing in common is that we all love fabric." This is true. This is definitely true. Nia says, "Sorry, had to dip out. Alan called round with homegrown courgettes." This is the fabric I was asking you about, Nia, that I was asking if you wanted, to give you kind of like an idea. Can't get just one layer of it. Rah. Come on. So yeah, it's kind of thick and scrunchy. Thick and scrunchy. Kathleen says to Catherine, "I have made and sold numerous poppies bags mixed with polka dots. Great sellers, but the fabric is no longer made." There is some quilting cotton. The reason I was wondering if prints were copyrighted is there are some quilting cottons that I really want them to put on dressmaking fabric like rayon. Michelle says, "We too have vicarious fabric fondling desires." Doesn't that sound creepy, does it? That doesn't sound creepy, does it? No, not at all. Laurel says, "Morning all, I'm going to New York City next week to fabric shop. Are any peeps familiar with the garment district shops? Any recommendations?" Not at all, but I would watch both Bernadette and Angela's Go Shopping in the Garment District videos. Angela Clayton, Bernadette Banner. Sorry, I'm saying first names like I'm on a first name term with both of them. I'd watch both of their videos on it, and the only other thing I would say is go to Mood, because I really want to. So I will be jealous that you can't. That I can't. Mia says, "Merton Fabrics in York. It's the Little Johnny collection, if that's any help, spelled as above." Oh, cool. So yes, that was where the poppy fabric came from. Thank you, Mia. Right. So I'm going to try and put this back in some kind of order. So I'm going to put these purple ones at the bottom, because at the moment they're just kind of like all smooshed. We don't want to smoosh. So the purple roses is a cotton Liberty Lawn Carline cotton poplin that I got from eBay. Whether it's real or not, I have no idea. But that's what it was sold as. Okay. So white and blue. Try and get to the reds. So we've got the red cotton silk blend. that's where that viscose is. So this is helpful. Okay. And then we've got, again, this is the Liberty Carline, but in the small colorway, cotton poplin, again from eBay. So whether it's an actual correct thing or not, I have no idea. Like it was just a copy, but it's a nice copy. And I have no idea what I'm going to do with this, but it's just so beautiful. It's very heavy cotton. It's probably going to be some kind of like 50s poofy sticky happy dress. And then the jersey I got from the Southampton meet up. And then we've got all the pinks. All pinks. So we've got some very dark pink here. This is a viscose jersey. Okay. Again, this is a jersey. It's a really heavyweight one. So I think I'm going to do something like the one that I make all my scuba dresses out of. I'm going to probably do something like that because I just think it would look really, really nice. Oh, this is already looking so much better. I'm so much happier. This is from Stitch Fabrics, and they've still got it on the site. It's kind of like a different take on Carline, but a bit punkier. Rose's Attack, I think that's what they call it. And I've got it in different colorways as well, which I was tempted by. Then we've got the creamy ones. This is just still so beautiful. Oh, so beautiful. Then we've got the viscose that has, if you kind of, it's got kind of like roses printed in this, but for some, this colorway just reminds me of roses and it belongs in this collection. I bought that print in all 3 colorways that it came in. One's in the lemon citrus collection, one's with Savannah, and that one. And they're probably all going to end up being Eve's. This is what they told me was cotton silk once and then cotton sateen another time, that I've got 10 meters of, and I probably want to make something like the parrot dice dress out of it. Cotton silk blend. This is probably going to end up being a lining because I don't think it's a great color on me. I've got it, like you saw, in the red as well, and the artist has got it in every kind of colorway. But yeah, I think this needs to be a lining for a jacket of some kind. Then my blue roses, leftovers from my 8577, definitely enough to make a shirt. Whoopsie. Then this dotty viscose I'll show you in a second, but I've got my white cotton jerseys to help making the dresses that I like. The 7318s, I think they are. Oh, that's so much better, much neater. That makes me so happy. Oh my gosh. All my patches have arrived as well, apart from one. One is still with Erica Lee in Seattle. Right, this is a viscose dobby. So it's got the textured, and it is kind of sheer but not see-through. And I was thinking of attempting to do that Zimmerman inspired dress with the high neck, the ruffle, and then change the skirt from the original, because the skirt was what didn't work last time. It won't fit back in there. I wonder if it will go in here. There we go. Oh, I'm so happy. I'm so happy. It looks so much better. Thank you for letting me do that. They all look really good again. Well, the quilting cottons are a bit out of whack, but they're right over in the corner, so might just, yeah, I might just ignore those. They're right over there. You can't see those. Yes, where did we get to? Mia says, and yes, please, on the satin. Laurel says, oh yes, Mood is on the list. Awesome. I've heard with Mood, obviously I've never been, and so I may know nothing, but I've heard with Mood that it's a good idea to go in with like a fabric that you want to buy. So maybe scout out a few fabrics on their website ahead of time and like go in with a, I am looking for this in particular, because I have heard that it can be really overwhelming. And that people can kind of go and then not end up buying anything from them because they just can't find anything because it's so much. So what if I ever get to go, which I hopefully will at some point, I have kind of like a list of their cotton satins and their rayon prints that I love, so that I at least come away with something, as it were. But that's just something that I've heard that can happen with Mood because it is so overwhelming. Let's see. Vox 3D says, I like to buy surprise fabric boxes or pretty remnants. The issue is that now I don't know what the fabrics are. Any tips on identifying fabrics, knowing if they are viscoses, cotton, etc.? Yes, somebody has said, Laurel says that Morgan Donna did a fabric testing video a while back. This is true. Burn test is pretty much the accepted way of identifying mystery fabrics, because obviously certain fibers behave in certain ways. So if it does a certain thing, you can be like, aha, well, this is this. It might not give you the percentage, you know, of a blend or such, but yeah, I would say burn test. Carefully, do not burn down your house, please. Alice Stitch Your Finger says, the garment district in New York is amazing. Mood is unbelievable. Jenny says, Lindsay from Inside the Hem did a couple of videos about her trip to New York, but it was a few years back now. Oh, good knowledge. Yes, I mean, I can imagine if you Google fabric shopping in the garment district in New York, that quite a few would come up. Natalie says, I love that large scale jersey. So Laurel says, thanks for the tip to Jenny. Jennifer says, hello, gorgeous people. Nimro says, hi, I'm back. Hi, Jennifer. Jennifer says, Penelope Wigglebottom didn't want me to miss the live today. Aww. And she says, hello, back to Nimue. Tristan says, I think you have black fabric with silver roses. I have the same fabric. What can you make with it? You said you might make a jacket. What else? I lack vision. What kind of fabric is it? Is it like a brocade? Can you put a photo up in the Peeps group? We can certainly try and help brainstorm what you could make with it. Olivia says, good morning from Iowa. Slept in a little late this morning. Hope everyone is having a great day. Very much thank you, Olivia, and thank you for joining us. Jennifer says, good morning to Olivia. Silver Vox in Tasmania says, hello, made it to another hangout. Yay, hello. And thank you so much for all the comments recently. You've been watching the back catalogue. I think you went through the whole of Vlogmas as well, didn't you? In Christmas in July, except it's August, but yeah. Jennifer says, mood is huge, 3 floors. Vox says, thank you to Laurel, I will check. Ali Stitchy Fingers says, I agree, having something in mind is better. Oh, good. I'm giving good advice. Oh, Laurel says, I definitely want to look at Mood Silks in person, so many colours. They do a wool silk blend that I've seen a few people use. I think it's like $50 a yard. So I would want to see that in real life as well. And then pick a colour. Some suiting made out of that, a skirt and a waistcoat, or a skirt, waistcoat and trousers made of. Yeah. But yeah, I would definitely, like I say, definitely go with something that you know you want to purchase in mind. So yeah. Let's see. Linda says, when I went to New York, I couldn't find Mood. Isn't there like an elevator and you have to go up in an elevator? It's not like super obvious. But again, I have never been. Oh, hi, Zeus. Are you going to try and get in your bed? Is the clothing rail in the way? Are you stepping over? Do you want me to move the clothing rail? Would that be better? Because it's right in the middle of your bed. No, look, Zeus. Here you go. Here you go. It was going right across the centre of her bed. But she's like, no, you've ruined it now. I'm leaving. Joe says, mood is overwhelming. I went years ago and panic purchased and recently found the fabric at the bottom of the box. Oh, wow. Kathleen says, I posted a pic of the poppies bag in the Peeps group. Let's have a look. Oh, there it is. Oh, pretty. That is very pretty. Such a shame when they discontinue fabrics. I mean, I get it. Like, you know, as you reach a certain saturation point and, like, you know, the people that are going to buy it have got it, but so pretty. Kathy says, mood is overwhelming. Also check out Metro Textiles, and I know there is a list of fabric places in New York. It's been a while since I was there. Tristan says, it is a thinker, maybe Jersey. Can you put a picture up in the Peeps group, Tristan, so that we can have a look, and then we can help. Johanna says, I was at a warehouse fabric store yesterday, bought an inexpensive poly lining, $150 US per yard. One of the salespersons thought it was silk and pulled out a lighter to burn it. Oh, wow. Yes. Did it? So with silk, it would have kind of singed and smelt like hair. If it was polyester, it would have bubbled and made hard little black plasticky bubbles, like actual, you know, like pellet type things. If it was polyester. Laurel says, definitely want to look at Mood Silks in person. So many colours. I've read that one. Silver Fox in Tasmania says, fabric ID. If you suspect silk or wool, you can just bleach test as well. Oh, okay. Artie Blade says, the roses look like foil iron on kind of thing. Oh, do you mean like the with a suede background? And Silver Fox in Tasmania says, yes, slowly going through the back catalogue. Thank you very much. And thank you for all the comments. It is appreciated. Jennifer says, my husband put me on a budget when I went into Mood because he definitely went into sticker shock. Yes, you have to go up a few floors. Ali Stitchy Fingers says, it looks tiny from the outside. There is a lift. Laurel says, thanks to Kathy. Alex says, terriers are moody. They are growling, then bite, so please respect the growl. Yes. Oh, yes. Alex says, I was going to comment on Susie earlier, but I was ironing. The temperature in the sewing room goes up to 38 degrees when I iron, so I do it in sessions. Yes, no, I don't blame you. Yes, no, she was, to be fair, she was growling at the neighbour's dog. But yeah, she was already in a heightened state of, but Dad wanted her in, and she's not the easiest thing to herd, so picking her up is easier because she can't see anymore, and getting her into the house is much easier in that. So yeah, she hasn't bitten me for a very long time, but she was being a grumpy little sod this morning. So yes, no, it is my own fault. I do know she did warn me. She immediately apologised as well. So yeah. Articulate says, yes, you mean this one? Actually, you know what? This should be in the roses, shouldn't it? Because it is roses. That one. Yeah, I'm making a jacket out of it. Erica's made a bag out of it, which is how I saw it and then fell in love and went, oh my God, I need it. And she bought it for me and sent it to me because she is amazing. Anna says, my shirt is now complete. Go me. And Jennifer says, yay shirt. So yay shirt indeed. Looking forward to seeing it. Olivia says, that's beautiful fabric. Yes, yes it is. Trista said, that's it. What else can you make? It's quite a stiff fabric. Oh, actually, it's quite robust, but it's thin enough. You could make like a skirt, but you could make a dress with this. Totally, you can make a skirt with it. Ooh, a skirt would look nice. Like I say, I am making the Ziggy jacket. Words are hard. And I'm hoping I'm going to have enough left over to make a bag with it as well. But yeah, you could totally make a skirt with this one. You could make a dress with it. Just need to line it with something slippery. It is very pretty. Erica keeps saying to me, she's like, no, you've got to use the fabric. It's like, I will. I just need to get over my fear of the Ziggy. Anna says to Jennifer, it's a 70s style, has large round collar. Nice. Marissa says, ooh, the blue roses are pretty, aren't they? Aren't they? So pretty. So pretty. Tristan says, I loved it and bought a lot of it. Ooh, how much did you get? How much did you get? Inquiring minds want to know. Oh, I've got some. This is going to be the geekiest jacket ever. You guys want to see the patches, right? The only one that's not here is my Farscape patch. Like I say, it's still in Seattle, but the rest of them. I think it was actually Erica again who did say about planning gives the same endorphin rushes as actually making the things. So just make the thing rather than do all the planning. And I totally get that. I do get endorphin rushes from doing this. Which is good. Which is good. I'm assuming you guys want to see the patches. Jacqueline says, every time I watch your lives, I always get envious of your bar is stash. Fabric stash? Don't forget that, like, quite a lot of this I've had for quite a long time. There's some fabrics in here I've had for over 20 years. Natalie says, 3-piece suit out of the shiny blue roses would be fabulous. I haven't got enough for that. It's going to be a Ziggy jacket, but yes, that would be fabulous. Silver Fox in Tasmania says patches. Yeah, I knew you guys would want to see the patches. Okay, can you guys tell me where they're from? So how about this one? Do any of you guys recognize this one? Now I've just got to wait for the chat to catch up. Artie Blade says, I think I got 7 yards. It was the first fabric I bought and thought, I'm going to sew. I didn't even own a sewing machine yet. Oh, wow. Okay, 7 yards. You can totally make a skirt with it. Jacqueline says, yes, she did mean fabric, not bar. It's bar is stash. I did wonder, I was like, bar. Let's see. Olivia says, I found a new to me channel that's all for the modern girl. Has anyone else for new channels? I haven't come across any recently that have stuck with me. But yeah, always good to hear about new channels. Like I think my latest one was Mariah Patty, and I've obviously been watching her for a while. Who was somebody I saw? Oh, somebody put up a somebody making one of the Vampire's Wife dupe dresses out of hot pink corduroy. So yeah. Who else do I regularly watch? There haven't been any new ones that I've stumbled across recently, but somebody did post one in the Peeps group, like I say, so have a look at that one. Kathleen says, my favourite part of sewing is the planning stage, matching a fabric and pattern and trims, etc., making me feel like a designer. Was at one point going to design school, but it didn't happen. Oh, Susie's back. Are you just standing there? Or are you in your bed? You're just standing there. You're confused. Your bed is available. She's like, no, don't want to sit in the bed. Right, so nobody said anything. This is the brown coat patch from Firefly, which is like a really short-lived Joss Whedon series. And it's sad about all the stuff that's come out about Joss Whedon since, because he used to be one of those really inspiring people that was just like, oh yeah, this is awesome, female empowerment, and then it turns out he's just a bit of a dick. But Firefly was amazing. This is a brown coat patch, and yes, that would have been me if I had lived in that world. I would have been a brown coat. This one is hopefully fairly self-explanatory. This one just made me giggle quite a lot. Silver Fox says, I should have known that. 6600 Mom says, Alexandra Morgan is great for pattern making and fitting tips. A bit dry at times, but a good learning channel. Oh, nice. If you want proper, just strict learning, Anika, Made to Sew. Amazing channel. Natalie says, oh my god, I love Firefly, but didn't recognize the patch. I mean, it is quite an obscure one because it's nothing to do with Serenity, so it's not like the Firefly ship or anything. But yeah, brown coat. It's kind of like a really obscure reference from it, but yeah. I mean, we all know this is Star Wars, right? Star Wars, it's the Rebel Alliance, and Rebel Scum written across the front of it because, you know. So yes, that's that one. Then we've got, I mean, you all guys must know that one, right? It says exactly what it is on the tin. It's G1. So I need a Stargate Atlantis Pegasus patch as well now. So yeah. Let's see. Olivia says, I've watched all Sian's videos also from when she was doing paper crafting all the way to today. I watched her Vlogmas a few times, especially when her mum gets a candy she doesn't like. I know, it's so funny, isn't it? Bless her. Yes. Yeah. Who else? What other channels do I watch? It's not remotely sewing related, but if you enjoy humour and art, Bobby Duke Art is a channel that I mean, he is very silly, but he is incredibly talented and very, very funny. So yeah. Kathleen says, what jacket are these all going on? I am going to be making a denim jacket out of some of the denim that very lovely Claire is bringing to the Festival of Quilts for me. And it's going to be the Sorrento jacket. And it's going to have a cotton silk lining, which has got Star Trek Enterprises in a polka dot form on it. So it's going to be my Geeky Jacket of Dreams. So SG1, because I mean, of course I would be an SG1. Star Trek, Starfleet Command, United Federation of Planets, because yes, I watched Star Trek New Horizons, Christopher Pike. Very much enjoyed it. So yeah, yes, love that one. I've got my Avengers and Stark Industries. This is actually way bigger than I thought it was going to be. I didn't read the description of that one very accurately at all. But so yes, could have easily gone ham on the Avengers ones and gotten each individual little person's like patch, but decided against it because I needed room for all these other patches. After watching Top Gun Maverick for the 4th time, not ruling out going back for a 5th time, I got the Fighter Weapons School and Maverick patches, and I plan on putting them on the jacket like this because I am, yes. Conchetta says brown coats. Yes. Elena says Firefly books are on my list to listen. Hopefully I'll get into them this year. Nice. Jacqueline says I'm cheating on sewing with crocheting at the moment. Lol, we'll get back to it when I find that must-make project. You will indeed. Conchetta says I loved Firefly. Yeah, me too. Me too. There was a little Firefly Serenity, a Firefly type ship Serenity patch, but I decided on the brown coat one. There's also a joke. How do you clean your spear? And then the answer is run it through the wash. No. No. Let's see. Did I get that right? I think I might have done. Oh, she's digging. Yeah, that was something like that. How do reavers clean their battle harpoons? They put it through the wash. Oh. No, yes. And if you've not watched it, then that's going to make no sense to any of you. So I'm not technically spoilering anything. I don't think. I think I massively have. But yes, Top Gun. I needed this yes, this made me happy. I was so pleased that I found this one because the only places that I was really struggling, it was all on t-shirts and sweaters and stuff, but they didn't have it on a patch. And then this one shop in Spain had it on a patch. So yeah. Silver Fox says love Stargate. Me too. Natalie says I think I'd like to. I like to think I'd be Rebel Scum or a brown coat, but I'm too lazy. Yeah, probably me too, to be fair. I'd be the one sewing all the patches and their uniforms together. Natalie's, oh, I read that one. Sal says, I've got a photo of Nathan Fillion himself. He patted my canine or robot dog from Doctor Who. I actually got Nathan Fillion to reply to me on MySpace. He was very active on MySpace, and I had binge watched Firefly, and I'd actually gone to see a showing of Serenity at one of the Leicester Square cinemas. Joss Whedon used to do a screening of Serenity around the world on International Women's Day, or for International Women's Day. Is it a month or a day? I think it's a day. And I messaged Nathan Fillion, and he replied. And I'd written this really nice message that was just like, you know, just wanted to say, you probably never see this, but just wanted to say, I think you're absolutely charming, and I very much enjoy your work. And there's a book series that I'm reading called Temeraire, and I can imagine you as oh god, I've forgotten his name. Captain. All I can think of is Rankin, and that's the bad guy. Lawrence, Captain Lawrence. I can imagine you as Captain Lawrence completely, 100%. I think I said something along the lines of, you're so charming, you could charm the socks off a centipede or something like that. And he wrote back to me and he said, best first message ever. And I was just like, awesome. And it was really Nathan Fillion, because he proved that it was really him on, like, he put photos up of, you know, the whole kind of like, this really is me kind of thing. So I knew it was his page. So I was like, amazing. And on MySpace, you could put a would like to meet section. So you could have your about me, would like to meet. And he'd put something along the lines of chiropractor come, like this imaginary, amazing, like awesome woman that, you know, chiropractor come, chef come this, come that, come the other kind of thing. He had a girlfriend at the time. He wasn't really open about it, but I was aware that he had a girlfriend. And so I'd written this letter to him. He'd come back to me and said, best first message ever. You should teach it as a class. That's right. You should teach it as a class. And I was just totally, and I ruined it all by replying along the lines of, like, I should add it to my list of accomplishments. The only one I don't have is chiropractic, but like kind of like reread his would like to meet list back to him. So it's, and yeah, he didn't reply, and then he changed his would like to meet section and took all of that stuff out and just changed it completely after he got that message from me. So like, I made Nathan Fillion change his MySpace profile because I think I made him uncomfortable. So, whoops. So yeah. Let's see. Jane says, enjoying Bobo Bun vintage sewing channel on YouTube. I haven't seen that one. I'll have to check it out. Thank you. 6600 Mom says, what's wrong with the jacket for each series? Nothing, but I would end up with a lot because I like a lot of series. I could end up with an entire Avengers jacket, but I wanted as a range of patches, and because otherwise I would have a lot of jackets. Natalie says, no, full wash. Yes, sorry. Olivia says, Jane, I follow okay, Bono Bun as well. Also, that's all for the modern girl, has very vintage style. Also, awesome. Sal says, Shan, I could Photoshop you into a cockpit of a fighter jet. Don't, but yeah. Silver Fox in Tasmania says, other sewing videos, history banding, capsule, wardrobe, Mariah Patty. Yes, love her. Vintage sewing, Emily Snee and Evelyn Wood. Yes, yes, definitely. Olivia says, I found a few new to me channels off the hashtag Friday Sews. Oh, yes, that is a good one. Olivia's Conchetta says, Anson Mount is a fantastic Captain Pike. Yes, I'd only seen him in Inhumans, and obviously in that he doesn't say a lot because he's Black Bolt, so he can't. So yes, no, he's an awesome Captain Pike. He is indeed. Silver Fox in Tasmania says, more videos, historical clothing mainly, 17th, 18th, and shoemaking, Nicole Rudolph. Yes. Vintage patterns, Rico Patterns, Stephanie Canada. Yes. Someone who is new to sewing is Katie Makes Stuff. I haven't checked her out. We'll have to have a look. Jim Pitt says, so I'm outside 28 degrees to begin hand sewing, pushing my mum's Wi-Fi to the limit. Oh, nice. I'm glad it's sort of working. Silver Fox says, a squee fangirl moment. Yes, totally. Totally. When I got that like notification that Nathan Fillion has emailed you, it was just like, and then I ruined it all. I made him uncomfortable. I hadn't meant to. I was going so well. I mean, what did I think would happen? That we were going to start chatting on MySpace and then like romance. We lived in different countries. A friend of mine, he did an art installation with a London-based artist who a friend of mine became friends with, and she's actually met him in person when he came to the launch of this art installation, and she said he was charming, so that's nice. Olivia says, I love Evelyn Wood and Nicole Rudolph, and of course the Closet Historian. Yes, love Bianca. And Conchetta says, I mean, I ugly cried during that scene, utterly heartbroken. Sorry to bring that all back up. Anna says, grilled cheese with a little Marmite followed by mint magnum. Yum. Oh, making me hungry. And she says, I follow Bobo Bun as well. Really enjoyable. So is it Bobo, not Boho? Sorry, Bono. Yeah, Bobo Bun. I will have to have a look at that. Anna says, Miss Mon is new to me. YouTube, she does vintage. Awesome. So many nice channels coming out. But yes, this is Stranger Things, in case anyone didn't know. Anna says, Bobo Bun. Thank you. I know things don't end well for them, but House Targaryen all the way. She has the best clothes. She has definitely got the best clothes. Some of her jackets, I need them. So yeah. House Targaryen for the win. Yeah. I'm going to sew these on, but some of them have got like really plasticky backings on them. So yeah, but yeah. House Targaryen. Cyberdyne Industries. Silver Fox says she does indeed. That smocking is stunning. So anyone recognize Cyberdyne Industries? I'm sure you do. Terminator. Yeah, totally. Definitely needed that. Ravenclaw. I mean, you guys all know Ravenclaw is Harry Potter, right? And I am a Ravenclaw, which surprised me. I was kind of expecting to end up in Hufflepuff, to be honest. But I am a Ravenclaw, so I have a Ravenclaw badge. I very much considered getting a Hogwarts one, but they were quite large. So yeah. Ravenclaw. This is going to be the geekiest jacket known to man. Maximum effort. There's one that goes along with this. So, Sal says, I had a big nerd moment like that when I got an email back from the great-grandnephew of Bram Stoker. We have now been talking via Facebook Messenger for a few months. Yeah, that's awesome. Cecilia says, House Targaryen, wasn't she the hero? And she was the hero until she wasn't. I think that they fluffed that up. I don't think that's how, yeah, that last series of Game of Thrones was not good. Was not good. So, yeah. I mean, I don't even mind her going a bit crazy, but it was just the rest of it. Because, like, you know, all the Targaryens kind of like were very inbred, weren't they? So, you know, that kind of does, incest does kind of lead to a little bit of craziness, but yeah. Silver Fox says, me too, wasn't expecting it either. Yeah. Silver Fox says Deadpool. Daisy Tane says Deadpool. I mean, yeah, maximum effort. Got to love a bit of Deadpool. And then the last one, I have got a Farscape one as well. Like I say, it's still in Seattle. I still have other ones that I want that I can show you, but this one, I was so happy when I found it. They only had it with the Velcro backing on it, so I need to try and get the Velcro off because I want to sew it on. But hello, my name is Inigo Montoya. You killed my father. Prepare to die. I love this. I did want a Dread Pirate Roberts or I Fight Ruse badge, but again, I couldn't find anything that I exactly wanted. So, yeah. I do want a Labyrinth one as well, but I have 2 panels that are going to get turned into Labyrinth sweatshirts, so I wasn't, again, too fussed about it. I did think about embroidering a barn owl on the back yoke, like upper yoke of the bodice, but yeah. Yeah. Natalie says, I've never found out what Hogwarts house I'd be. I assume Slytherin. You need to take the test. My cat is a cat. My Patronus is a cat as well. But that's not really a surprise to anybody. Chiana is basically my Patronus or my demon as well. If you the Philip Pullman world. Elena says Deadpool. Silver Fox says, I think it was about 4 episodes too short, which I think made it the poorer. Yeah. Daisy Chain Stitcher says Princess Bride. Yes, of course. Olivia says I'm a Hufflepuff. Yeah. I thought I was going to be a Hufflepuff. I'm kind of surprised I'm a Ravenclaw, but there we go. Silver Fox in Tasmania says inconceivable. That word, I do not think it means what you think it means. So yeah, I loved that. I was so pleased when I found that one. This is going to be the geekiest jacket ever. So I want a Doctor Who badge. I want a Sunnydale High badge. Can't find a Sunnydale High patch anywhere. Let's have a look at my other ones that I've got that I want to get. So I really want a Red Dwarf one because, yeah. Oh, I'm going to get a Break Bills as well. If you haven't watched The Magicians, definitely really a good one. So Break Bills. Stargate Atlantis, like I say, the Pegasus Galaxy patch. I want that one. I also want John Shepherd. You can't always get what. This is my Farscape patch that's coming. Farscape 1. I love this, but it's huge. And I think it's made of, yeah, it's rubber PVC. My sixth sense of humour, I think that is absolutely hilarious. Because they've got one for Hoth Park Ranger and, you know, and they've got like Tatooine and all the different planets, but the Alderaan one just made me giggle. Oh, I'm really tempted by this one as well. Negative Ghost Rider, the pattern is full. That makes me giggle. But yeah, and a Doctor Who one, like I say. I really like this one, but it was quite expensive. I think it ended up being quite expensive, but I do like that one. And again, I don't know if it's going to stay the right way around. I really like that one, but it's quite large. So yeah. It's going to be the geekiest jacket known to man. Jenny says, are you watching The Umbrella Academy? I started watching it and it didn't really grab me, but it's one that I'm not ruling out. Sal says, Carrie, I can never say his last name, is a very caring person in person from the short experience I had with him. He is very nice. As you wish. Jacqueline says, I'm a Ravenclaw according to the test. Nice. Silver Fox says, ouch about the Alderaan one. Olivia says, I bought my Star Trek patches in Riverside, Iowa. Guess why? Oh, isn't that where First Contact happens? Oh, no. Iowa is where from Captain Kirk is from. Where does First Contact happen with That'll Do Pig, that actor? I've got Paramount TV at the moment, so I've got all of the Star Trek movies. I might have a binge watch of them all because why not? Trusting UK says the Orville patch, perhaps. I love the Orville, love Serenity. Ooh, yeah. Yeah. I do very much like the Orville. Ooh, yeah. That's a good one. Elena says Magicians is a good book series. I watched only the first season of the series and then just couldn't watch. My best friend loves it. I enjoyed it. I had it on in the background quite a lot of the time, so I didn't pay much attention to it. But I did enjoy it. Tatty also said that I should get some other patches as well. What did she say? Oh, Babylon 5. Yes, I want a Babylon 5 one. Cycle. And oh yeah, I have got some other ones. They arrived. Where are they? I know they arrived. Oh no, what have I done with them? Ah, I've got 2 other ones. Are they over there? Oh no, I've got to try and get through my own. barrier that I made. Oh no, what have I done with my... Oh, are they in my bag still? Have I been carrying them around? I've lost 2 patches that I know arrived. Yes, here they are. See? Just carrying them around, not paying attention. So I've got 2 more to show you. What else did she say that I should get? Sunnydale High, 100%. Cycle, yes. Oh, I've got Battlestar Galactica Viper patch as well. But I've already owned that, and the replacement was really expensive. Like, I already own the Farscape patch, but it's in one of my boxes, so I bought another one because I didn't want to try and find it, and I don't mind having 2. Let's see. Natalie says, what about Angel Investigations logo that Cordelia designs everyone makes fun of? Oh, yeah, that would be a really good one. I loved Angel. Yes, 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 yes. It's like the little Lacoste, but it's a croaky. This one made me giggle so much. Sal says, Ira is where Captain Kirk is from. And Olivia says, yes, Captain James T. Kirk's birthplace. Of course. Silver Fox says, Zephyrin Cochrane, thank you, invented the warp drive. Actor who was in Babe. That wasn't First Contact. Was it not? Oh my God, I'm showing myself up now. He invented the warp drive, but I thought warp drive was when a warp signature was detected on a planet is when the Prime Directive allows the Federation to come in and be like, hi, you're not alone in the... I thought the whole movie was called First Contact. Did I get that wrong? But yes, that'll do, pig. Maybe I need one that says that'll do, pig. Mia says, I'm also Ravenclaw with a Thestral Patroness. Really? A Thestral? Interesting. Jenny says Lower Decks is quite funny as well, if you don't mind cartoon. I have watched a few of those, but again, it's one that I don't really concentrate on. But yes, I have a Croaky, and I have a Time Variant Authority for All Time Always, because I really like that one. Oh, a Silver Fox says, I'm talking series, not movie story. Not movie, sorry. Ah, okay, okay. Yeah. I don't remember any other First Contact than the movie with the thing. But it's been a while since I've watched them, and like I say, I have just signed up for Paramount, so maybe I ought to start rewatching them all. One of my favourite episodes is the Deep Space Nine episode, The Trouble with Tribbles, when they go back to the Enterprise during the Tribble outbreak, and when they see the Klingons then, and Worf's like, don't talk about it. Giggle. It makes me giggle so much. Natalie says, love the croaky. Lol. Yeah. Nimue says, that was the First Contact movie. Warp signature made us interesting to Vulcans. Federation Prime Directive come in later. Yes, because hasn't Pike just in like the first episode renamed it from, got it named the Prime Directive. Yeah, thank you. Silver Fox says, nope, you're right. He is also in First Contact movie. Awesome. Yes, it was the Vulcans, wasn't it? I remember. I'm going to have to watch these movies again. Kathleen says, I'm not a fan of Star Trek because as a kid, it was always on at the same time as Patty Duke's show, and my younger brother always got to watch Star Trek. Oh, sad. I remember we used to watch Doctor Who a lot. I remember it used to freak me out a lot. But yeah. So my Geeky My Geeky jacket of dreams is going to be a thing of beauty, and as I say, I'm making it with fabric that Claire is very kindly giving me. So it's going to be a really pretty blue colour as well. So that is a lot of patches to try and fit on, but I'm up to the challenge, and it's gonna be a thing of I'm so excited. I need to go to a convention just so I can wear it and be like, so yeah. But yeah, I definitely need a Sunnydale High one. 100%. That's my bill. Natalie says, my friend tried to explain the Klingon difference thing to me, but I felt oversleep. Jane says, grew up watching Blake 7, loved it. I haven't seen that one. I do know of it, but I haven't seen it. Kathleen says, are you going to hand sew all the patches on? So they're all, apart from the Princess Bride one, they are all iron-on patches. So I'm going to iron them on, and then I'm going to stitch them on. And I am going to play around with the placement on one of my current Sorrento jackets so that I can get the placement that I want on all the pieces. And then I'm going to iron them on and sew them on to the flat pattern pieces before I stitch them together, because as you guys know, I fully line my jackets. So it's going to be a little bit more difficult to add on patches after it's been sewn, and I will probably end up hand stitching them on once they've been ironed. And it's only because I have had patches peel away in the past. So I'm going to iron them on and then hand stitch them on. That's the plan. That is the plan. Yes. Joe says, my dad was a big Star Trek fan. He collected star dates. He had a clipboard and noted them all down along with the date of the episode was screened. If he was late from work, we had to do it for him. Oh, that's so cool. Silver Fox says, that's a clever way of doing it. I mean, it's only possible because I'm making the jacket from scratch. If you're doing it to a store-bought one, well, I mean, technically store-bought ones as well are probably unlined, because it's kind of rare to line a denim jacket. I just like how it looks, but it would just be a little bit more difficult to do it onto the sleeves. But that's the plan. Sal says, it's funny that a Kirk mask is the mask that the killer Michael Myers wears in the Halloween movies. Long, yes, I did know that. It's supposed to be a William Shatner mask, isn't it? So, yeah. Jennifer says, when I heard medical procedure this past week, I asked all of the medical staff their favourite Star Wars movies. Oh, cool. Which was the outcome? My favourite, I think, is Rogue One. I've just started watching Obi-Wan Kenobi. I'm not sure I'm liking it, which is sad. But I'm giving it a try. I am giving it a try. The Mandalorian and the Book of Boba Fett, I really wanted to like them. I just thought they were very strange. They weren't my favourite. Mia says, does Thestral make me some kind of psycho? No, and it actually makes perfect sense because of your job, because you can only see Thestrals if you've seen somebody die. And I know working in a hospital you probably have. I would have, I'd be able to see Thestrals as well, because when Mum was a district nurse, on Christmas Day, she used to take James and I out with us to see her patients. And I remember we went to this lady's house and her husband passed away very peacefully. There was, it wasn't dramatic or anything like that. It was very, very peaceful. But Mum happened to be there at the time and James and I were there. And we always got to open one present from under the tree before we went, because Christmas Day was also my grandmother's birthday. And so Christmas morning was Bun Day. That was Granny's birthday, was Christmas morning. And then after we'd eaten in the afternoon, we got to open presents. We did get to open our stockings, but when Mum used to take us out for district nursing, we got to open one present, which was usually something to keep us busy. And this time it was like mini filofaxes. And so, yeah, we both had our little filofaxes that we were setting up and playing with and doing all that. And this lady's husband passed away, and we had to wait for the ambulance to arrive to come and take him away. But yeah, so that would be why I can also see Thestrals. But yeah, Big Bird, I'm guessing you can see Thestrals for that reason. So that was my only, like, why I reacted like that. I don't think it makes you a psycho. I think it's just a really unusual Patronus, because not everybody can see and knows what a Thestral technically looks like. If you haven't witnessed death, you can only see a Thestral by somebody else's interpretation of what they look like. So yeah. Yeah, although somebody else has said yes, maybe it does make you look like a psycho. But I think Mim's now taken that back. Jennifer says it was quite varied. Everyone's was different. I saw my great uncle right after he passed away and grew up near a cemetery. I've seen some things. Oh wow, okay. Enough. Natalie is doing the Hogwarts test now. Okay, we shall find out what house Natalie will be sorted into. You thought Slytherin, right? I think Abby Cox did one of her very early videos was a really interesting look at the different people in the costuming genre and what houses they got sorted into. Jennifer says she's a Gryffindor. Nice. Yeah, when we had school houses in the middle school that I went to, and it was artists. No, hang on, it was Constable, Townsend, so both artists, and then Nelson, which obviously not an artist. he was a captain of or an admiral, wasn't he? So yeah. Oh, Mim says she's also doing the test as well. We're getting lots of people sorted into their Gryffindor, Hufflepuff. Hogwarts houses. Words are hard. Yeah, what other one should I get? Silver Fox says, don't remember what my Patronus was, but I'm Ravenclaw, which surprised me. Ah. Terry says, apparently I'm a Hufflepuff. Nice. Yeah, I genuinely thought I was going to be a Hufflepuff. I don't know what put me over the edge into Ravenclaw territory, but yeah. Yes. Yeah, no, my Patronus was a cat, but then I always knew it was going to be a cat because, I mean, yeah. Basically, it already exists. It's up in my room. I tried to let a spider in last night. I took a photo and sent it to my best friend. I said to Tatty that I showed her a photo of the spider on the other side of the window covering that keeps the cat in. I was just like, Chiana keeps trying to invite her inside. I think this is a mistake. And Tatty was just like, yes, no, I don't think Chiana was being entirely truthful then. No. Terry says, I did the test 3 or 4 times and it said the same thing. You were definitely a Hufflepuff. Nothing wrong with being a Hufflepuff. Right, I've got some empty bags up here, which I'm going to put, because my patches came in these little empty bags. And I like to keep these for my buttons. There's my bag of empty bags. And one of these is bigger, so let's put my empty bags in an empty bag, so it won't be an empty bag anymore. Natalie says she's a Ravenclaw, and you thought you were going to be a Slytherin. Interesting. So another Ravenclaw. Welcome to the house. I think Big Bird said she was a Ravenclaw as well, didn't she? Nimue says, to nobody's surprise, I'm a Ravenclaw. Don't know why I even bothered with the test. It's such a Ravenclaw thing to say. You're just like, yep, I know I'm going to be a Ravenclaw. So, yeah. Yourselves. Nia, it wouldn't let you post that one. It says, ooh, check me out. Check you out what? What did you do, Nia? What did you do? What did you do? Nimue says, my former flatmate desperately wanted to be a Slytherin. Don't know why. She's a total Hufflepuff. Hufflepuffs are great. Yeah, totally. I mean, there's nothing wrong with being a Slytherin. I just, I thought Abby's take on them was really interesting. It's like you're determined to get your project done, and it's going to be the most amazing project ever. Like there's a lady that did the Worth iron bar or iron grate dress, and she did it all by hand from silk velvet, and it is stunning. And she's a Slytherin. Oh, yeah. Yes. I've been waffling at you for 3 hours. Thank you so much for putting up with my random tangents that I just randomly go on. I do look forward to these Sunday hangouts though. They do make me happy. Reorganize the fabric. That lining one looks so much better. Those satins that I got from Saudi, that they all go with specific laces, so it makes sense. It makes sense, yeah. So Mim says, okay, I'm a Hufflepuff, so hello. Hello. Joe says, apparently I'm a Gryffindor. Nice. Jennifer says, please remember to like and subscribe if you haven't already. Yes, please do. Please do. I have turned the chat on to subscribers only, just to try and save us from any sort of like randoms, and it's been pretty good so far. Nia says, the one I saw looked like a stoat with wings and a platypus tail. I'm assuming thestral, not dead body. Sorry, I shouldn't laugh, but I kind of in my head, I'm like, I was talking about the reason that I can see thestrals, and that's why you can see your Patronus was a thestral. Yeah. Yeah, I have nothing left to waffle about. I don't think I've got any fabric left to sort out either. I'm just sort of like just sitting here now. Mim's laughing at Nia. Sal says they're going to play Harry Potter and the Deathly Hallows Part 1 at the Sydney Opera House with the live orchestra playing the soundtrack. Oh, very cool. Natalie says my Patronus is a calico cat. Nice. Very nice. Yeah. Mine was always going to be a cat. Yeah. I can't remember what type of wand I had. I think it had a dragon heartstring. I'm pretty sure it had a dragon heartstring, which I'm not sure how I feel about, because that kind of sounds like the sort of thing that you kind of the dragon doesn't survive, where a unicorn hair or a phoenix feather, yeah, they're not quite as committed as the dragon. Dragon heartstring definitely doesn't sound overly healthy for the dragon. Yeah. Natalie said, I read that one. Mia says, still have no idea what it all means, as I've not read any Harry Potter, only seen bits of them. Oh my goodness. Oh, yeah. Sal says my Patronus would be a spider. That would be my boggart. Vox 3D says, it says I'm a Gryffindor. Yay! Another Gryffindor. So, I think I made Wilson do it because I really wanted to know. Like, he's never seen any of the movies or read the books either. I just really wanted to know, and he came out as a Ravenclaw. Kirsten says, hi Peeps, just joined the stream. What test are you guys doing? Does anyone have a link for me? If you go to Pottermore, it is which Harry Potter house would you be sorted into? I am a Ravenclaw. We've had a couple of other Ravenclaws, a couple of Hufflepuffs, and a couple of Gryffindors so far. So, yes. But Pottermore, you have to sign up, you have to put your email in, and then you take tests, and then you find out what your Patronus would be. You can also find out what your wand would be if you would like. So, yes. But do let us know what your results come back at. I'm trying to think, do I sort out my quilting cottons? But they're not that badly out of order, so maybe I don't. Maybe I don't. I don't want to make a mess. I've been thinking as well about all the coats that I want to make in this winter, because I do want to make a coat that's going to go with this. There's going to be a denim jacket that goes with this, but it's a denim jacket, doesn't really count. But yeah, I want to make a coat that goes with this. And I'm trying to decide if I do the cream wool one or the navy wool one. What do you guys think? Am I daft? Nia says, check me out was to the Patronus conversation. Oh, I have made bias binding at this stuff. I'll cut some out. What do you guys think? Should I do? And am I mad for doing a cream coat to go with this collection, which is going to be the hemispheric coat? And I mean, this has been sitting next to the velvet, so it's got bits of velvet all over it. Hemispheric coat. Where is my passion? Here we go. Pauline Alice hemispheric coat. So it's going to be that one. It's a very me coat. We've even got the zipper. Have bought the zip already. In fact, I bought the zip for both of them because the other option is the navy, which looks black. I think the cream goes better. And the navy is going to be a hemispheric as well, which definitely looks black under this lighting, doesn't it? But am I mad for trying to make a cream coat? Is that just like the stupidest thing anyone's ever heard of? Because I could, it's quite thin, so I'm going to have to interline the entire thing. Yeah, I'm not sure if I'm totally crazy or wild genius for wanting to do a cream coat. I also want to try and get the green wool made up. I'm thinking this is going to be September's project. This lot here with my ball gown. This is going to be October's project, which is all the geeky stuff. And this is going to be November and December, the Anaconda antithesis. And then this is going to be January. But I'm not sure. I'm not sure. What do you guys think? Natalie says, I didn't do the wand. My laptop is insisting on updates, lol. Nia says, check me out with the Patronus conversation. Kathleen says, what about the cubby right behind you with the gold coloured fabric? It's bugging me, sorry. This one. I probably, see, this is, it does kind of bug me that this one's a bit messy as well. This is bag making stuff. Is that a bit neater? Let's see. Eleanor says, that sounds nice, plus you'll be able to use it with other things. Is that for the cream coat? Carolyn says, I'm a Gryffindor with a grey mare Patronus and a Pertwood Phoenix Feather Wand. Ooh. Natalie says, lovely cream coat. Vox3D says, my Patronus is a sparrow. Oh, interesting. Sewing in PJ says, the cubby over your right shoulder is messy. Lol, like Chiana got into it. Maybe work on that one. Just want to know what's even in there. Did you mean this one as well? Yeah. Yeah. Mine is a little bit unruly. They're the ones that are most often in shot as well, so they probably ought to be the cleanest. I probably ought to try and move these around a bit and maybe put those up further and move like some of the prettier ones down. Should we do that? Natalie says the navy is more practical, the cream is more chic. They're both going to be the same jacket. I've bought the zips for them. I've got the linings picked out. Maybe I should just, because I will need to make a muslin out of that one to make sure that the waist is hitting in the right place. But the actual jacket itself looks like a fairly quick sew. There isn't much tailoring that goes on in that one. At least that's from watching the video, because she's done a video sew along for it as well. Elena says to Fox 3D, bird or captain? Oh, Captain Sparrow. Yeah, is it a Johnny Depp? Have you got a Johnny Depp as your Patronus? Alex says, I'm a Gryffindor, and this is the first test of this type I've ever done. I have no idea what this means, though. I've read Harry Potter years ago. It's just that you're in a Gryffindor house, so brave and lots of courage. Kathleen says, yep, better. Thank you. A little bit of organising, made it a little bit tidier. Ellen says, yes, cream one. Kirsten says, I knew it, Slytherin it is. Oh, hey, our first Slytherin. Oh, welcome. Welcome. So, yeah, would that be more sensible, given that these are the ones that are always in shot? Would you guys prefer it if I put my collections here and then moved all of these over? Would that be good? Whilst you think about it, Sewing in PJ says, yes, move the pretty ones around so that they're in shot. All works out for our eye fabric candy. Whilst you guys have a think about it, I'm going to go get more drink because I is thirsty. I have been chatting a lot. So talk amongst yourselves. Don't move anything without my say-so. I'm back, by the way. Stop talking about me. Oh, let's try and get through here without dropping a giant glass of water over everything. Good. Yeah, probably be a good idea to like rearrange the ones behind me, wouldn't it? Bree says, pretty ones for eye candy, vote for me. Elena says, and about coats, if you're making muslins, will we have Coatmas, Vlogmas about that this year? Maybe. I'm trying to plan my December content so that I am vlogging every day and still doing the proper videos on Fridays and Saturdays. It's a lot of work. It's a lot of work. But that's what I'm hoping to do. It worked really well for me last year, giving myself a date to aim at and stop and then get the videos filmed and edited and up for. That worked really well, so I'm going to do the same again this year, although I don't have to stop because I'm not going anywhere for Christmas this year. I was thinking about going and spending Christmas in Kuala Lumpur with my brother, but I'm not going to do it this year. I'm going to do it next year, just because of some stuff that's happened. this year has just meant that it would be much more sensible to do it next year. And James is there for 3 years, I think, so I think he should still be there. So I think, yeah, I'm going to go and spend Christmas and New Year's in Kuala Lumpur next year. That's the plan. So yeah, let's see, what did I get to? Silver Fox says, I haven't gone through enough of the back catalogue to know the collections yet. Well, other than Cobra and Savannah. I haven't really featured them except in hangouts like this is when we start putting together the roses and the citrus collection. So yeah, there's the 70s Pirate Capsule collection, which is kind of just basically what my wardrobe is now turning into. And I've actually sewn quite a lot of that one up. I think what I've realized about the collections that I've been doing though is that they are so huge. So I get kind of like overwhelmed by them and they end up going on for ages and people get bored. So I think what I'm going to try and do, like especially with this one, is there's 1, 2, 3, 4 pieces of Anaconda Antithesis there, although they have said that they're going to bring it out on a rayon, viscose base, and the Riccardi one as well, so like the heavier weight rayon. So there's probably going to end up being some of that added to it. But I'm going to try to be a little bit more thoughtful about how this all goes together. Although it's not, yeah, I don't know. I'm going to try and be a little bit more thoughtful about how I put the collections together. So we'll see. But it's all a learning process, and I'm enjoying experimenting and finding out what works for me and what doesn't, and bringing you guys along for the ride. So yes. Fox 3D says, how lovely that we get to talk about sewing fabrics and geeky stuff. I know, you guys are my people. Elena says, you're going to be extra busy. Yes. Mim says, you're going on holiday this year. No. We've moved Croatia to September next year. Just because of all the people we wanted to come, there was lots that couldn't come at this time this year. So fingers crossed everyone can make it next year. We are definitely going, because if we don't, then we can't change it again. So yeah. Silver Fox says, other sewing videos I know of, Retro Claw does vintage clothing, love her. Knitting, and another vintage knitting YouTuber is Engineering Knits, love her as well. And one of my favorites is Shannon, she does a range of stuff. I haven't checked her out, I shall have a look, thank you. Bree says, I'm headed to Tasmania in a week for 5 weeks, can't wait. Ooh, whereabouts in Tasmania are you going? Terry says to Bree, make sure you bring a coat or 2 and a hat and gloves and scarf. Silver Fox in Tasmania says, Tassie mantra, always have a jacket. That makes sense with the collection, but having them behind you would be great. Mim says, sorry to hear. I mean, no, it's totally fine. We shall very much enjoy our holiday next year. And I want to make the citrus collection for that holiday. So it's all good. It's worked out. It has worked out. It will be good. Natalie says, 13.5 inches red oak unicorn hair, slightly yielding flexibility wand. Done. I really wanted to be an evil, terrible, nasty Slytherin. See, that's the thing, that all the Slytherins, whilst the entirety of the people that are evil and nasty and are basically Slytherin in the movies, not all Slytherins are nasty. The strange in the first Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, Lita Lestrange, she was not me. Bree says to Terry and Silver Fox, I made one during this summer out of woolen, I'm assuming a woolen blanket, not a wooden blanket. It's amazing, lined with flannel, super duper warm, nice. And that's exactly what Silver Fox said as well. Mia says, did anyone watch the tribute video Melanie Ham's husband did? Talking of channels we like, I enjoyed her way back when. I haven't, no. I haven't. Right. Oh, hello. It was a real close-up of my fingers, wasn't it? Sorry. Right, okay, so we're going to move some stuff around so that we have pretty fabrics behind me. And little bit more organisation right behind me, which makes sense. So roses can come out again. There's the heavy. Open up the fabric there. This one. Now, it does mean that the bag making fabrics are not next to each other anymore, but I can live with that. That's fine. Totally fine. I'm going to have to take that one off and put that one in last. Here you go. You just came out of a cube, so you're gonna fit. Do as you are told. Not quite as neat as when you went into the other one, but never mind. Okay. There we go. Okay. Right, citrus next then. I love doing this. Let's see, where did we get to with the chat? Read that one, read that one. Terry says to Brie, bring it, it will be lovely. Sewing in PJ says, have you thought about adding a few pieces of underwear to the collection and possibly one piece of outerwear to expand it further? Just a thought. Yes, definitely. With the this one, the Anaconda Antithesis, there will be at least one coat, possibly the two coats. And underwear, yes. Underwear I'm definitely going to make, whether I show you guys or not. I mean, I'll show it to you flat, obviously. But my mannequins, I don't have the kind of mannequins that would show underwear well. So yeah. Natalie says, I cried when I'd heard she'd passed. She was so lovely. Bree says, I'm sitting a 10-day Vipsana first, then all around the island. Aha. Nia says, it's very sad to have tissues. Oh dear. Terry asks Bree what a Vipassana is. I'm guessing something to do with yoga. Oh, no, I'm totally wrong. It's a 10-day silent meditation. It's a game changer for sure. Oh, Bree says wooden coat. Haha, yes, woolen coat. My autocorrect is a bitch. Kathleen says, sort of like putting 5 gallons of you-know-what in a 4-gallon bucket, but you succeeded. Yes. I mean, it came out of exactly the same size cube, so it's going to go back in there. Mim says, oh, can you show us a sew-along for the coat you were doing? I mean, the thing is, Hemispheric coat already has a sew-along, and by Pauline Alice, and it's really good. So I'll do a making of, but I don't think you need a sew-along because there's already one there, which is very, very good. Right. Yeah. Think about where things are going to go. I don't know where to do. Do I put that one? Yes, I'm going to move this one. This is all my top fabrics. Yeek. Schrodinger's camel soul is trying to make a bid for freedom. It's like, you've touched me, now make me. Goodness sake. It's been cut out for nearly 2 years. Right, now, seeing as we are reorganizing, we might as well put these in colour order, mightn't we? Because they're not at the moment. And that bugs me. So let's put them in colour order. It will make me happier. I'm so easily pleased. Oh, they should be there. Okay, so that's what I mean. This one has no lemons on it whatsoever, but it is yellow, so it should be in the white ones. Light green. Oh, so many pretty fabrics. They're all the light green ones. This is going to be such a pretty collection. Anyone? Oh, that's one collection I want Lady McElroy to do, is a strawberry themed one. I really want a strawberry themed one. Because I've got so many quilting cottons that are amazing strawberry prints. But I would like some like rayons and cotton wools with the strawberries on, because I love strawberries as a print. Okay, so the oranges. And there's some orange in this one. So and then sides. And the green. And then we've got lots of lemons. Would you guys buy a strawberry print? This is one of the ones that Charlotte got me for my birthday, Monteverdo. Susie, no growling. She's like, I'll growl if I want to. Australian lemons. Croatian lemons. Yeah. Does that look tidier? Do I need to move the top fabrics as well? Should I move these ones? Probably should, shouldn't I? It would look neater. Kathleen says, sort of like putting 5 gal. I've read that one. Mim says, is the hemispheric coat tutorial by Pauline Alice you mentioned? Yes, yes it is. Kathleen says, have you ever tried to figure out how much money you have invested in your fabric stash? No, that would terrify me. And too much. I've spent far too much. far too much. So yeah. Sewing in PJ says, lol, love to see you smiling and clapping hands. We're so easily pleased playing with fabric, us sewers. Yes, I know. Mim says, can you make a fruit collection every month? Strawberries, cherries, oranges, lemons, and so on. Like I say, I have a bunch of strawberry print fabrics. I've made a strawberry print quilt. That was one. It was the Lone Star that I've done. And the entirety, the range of that, if they did it on rayon, I would have so many strawberry print dresses. But yeah, that's something I want to talk to Lady McElroy about as well. I think I've got, so the dragon, leafy dragons, strawberries, yeah, two fabric ranges I want to do. Let's see. Kathleen says it might just be the OCD in me, but then I would have to have all the neat folded edges facing out. Yeah. It's not as neat as it was when it went in just a second ago when I just redid this one, but no, I know what you mean. But if I if I went down that route, we could be here forever. And a lot of this fabric, Mum folded it for me, so she's folded it in such a way that she doesn't have it the same kind of like, yeah. I need to change these cubbies around, don't I? I need to put the other collections in those. I could put the leafy one in there. Yeah. Let's see. Bree says, Sean, with all the clothes you've grown out of, will you sell those on eBay or somewhere? I have a shop. If I sell them, it will be in my shop. I don't know. I've gone through and cleared out the ones that I'm not a huge fan of anymore, and they've gone to the charity shop. And the ones that I love and that I want to get back into, I've kept. So maybe. Terry says, well, peeps, I need to be up early for work in the morning, so I had better get some sleep. Night, take care all. Thank you for joining us, Terry. It's been a lot of fun. Bree says good night to Terry. Jennifer says good night to Terry as well. Nimue says, I have a strawberry and 3 coordinating prints in my stash to make a patchwork skirt with one of these years. I do. I have I've cut them all into jelly rolls. Yeah, they're over there in the quilting stash. Yeah, I've got a lot of strawberry fabrics, and I really, if they came on rayon, I would make them all up into dresses. I would buy the lot, but I don't know if I'm the only person that would. So, but the Primavera rifle paper company orange and lemons came out was really popular, wasn't it? So, yeah. Jennifer says, I was quiet because I was eating breakfast because I can actually eat food again. Yay! Awesome. What did you have for breakfast? Nia says, there's a castle on the Isle of Wight that Sian wants to buy. I'm fairly sure her stash over the years would have paid for it twice over. It is 2.6 million. Yeah. I don't think I've ever in my entire life had that much money, even over my entire life. I've probably, oh God, I hate to think, actually, like, I probably had over 400,000, maybe 500,000 over my entire life that has been spent on London rents and far too much fabric. And I upped that by 100,000 because my very wealthy ex did give me £100,000 to start my business, which was very nice of him. Some of it was spent on rent and a stupidly expensive London flat that we were supposed to live in together, and he never ended up moving into. Maybe not that much, maybe 300,000 actually. Really thinking about it. But I have very much enjoyed that life. And hindsight's 2020. And yeah, if I could redo everything, I would do it very differently. Redo it very, very differently. But I don't regret where I am. So yeah. Jenny says, I had a lovely strawberry poplin remnant, which I made a shell top out of. I would definitely buy more if it ever became available. Yeah, I've got a couple of strawberry print cotton quilting cottons over there. I've got a couple of cotton poplins as well, but I would really like some like cotton lawns and rayons, viscoses in them. Oh yeah. Mia says 2.6 million sounds about right. I've never had that much money in my life. Unfortunately. But yeah. Claire C, cubbies look great on camera now. Nice. Do I need to change these ones? Should I switch those ones over? Should I put the leaves in one? What else? It would probably be foliage canopy, which would mean that I'd need to move linings and Lady McElroy down. What do you think? Bree says, yep. Jennifer says, I ate mashed potatoes for breakfast because it was easy to heat up. Also, the hubs are still snoozing. Mashed potatoes is delicious, though. Sewing and PJ says, it looks good, so good now. Claire C says, love a fruit or veg print. Me too. Nimue says, I want to get a sea lemon print, like fruity from Spoonflower at some point. I should, seeing as I voted for her to offer her designs on Spoonflower. Yes, I love sea lemon. Mim says, do you want to show us your strawberry fabrics? I can do. Like I say, I've made a quilt out of this lot. So I cut them all into jelly rolls. But, I mean, maybe slightly more realistic strawberries, but I love that one. Very much like this one. This is the one, this one. If they did this one on rayon, I would have all of it. There'd be none left for any of you. It'd be mine. All mine. I did actually make a jumpsuit out of this with a by-hand London Anna bodice and the Tanya culottes from Megan Nielsen. And whatever I had left ended up in the quilt. And then we have some stripes, some polka dots, because they go really well with strawberries. Some solid. And then we've got the white colourway of that first navy one. But it's particularly this one that I would love for it to be a rayon. Oh, Susie. You're fierce and terrifying, we know. Oh. I have to go and poke her with a stick, like Dad says. I've got to go and see to her because Mum and Dad are out. So 2 secs. Sus! Hey! Hey! Don't make me get the house. no. They've put a whole bunch of pots in the corner so she can't just throw herself at the fence, but she tries anyway. So she's calmed down. So that's good. That's good. Where do we get to with the chat? Where do we get to with the chat? Kathleen says they look good now. Don't have to move unless you want to. Yeah, it's just those two messy ones have gone. I'm thinking maybe I should move these ones though. Mim says, oh, can you move the Dragonfly Hoffman fabric over so I see it every time I'm watching your videos? No, that's in the cotton cubby hole, which is all the way down there. Let's see. Mim says, oh, the black strawberry fabric is nice. Actually, they're all navy, but yes, the dark background ones are lovely. Silver Fox says, I think colour-wise, what is in those cubbies is similar to the collections. This is true. Yes, this is true. I have tried to organise those ones by cubbyhole, but they do get messy quite quickly because of what they are. They are sort of like my 1 metre or less pieces of fabric, so they can tend to get things just sort of shoved in there. Elena says, what is that one messy cubbyhole with the light blue fabric? You mean this one down the bottom? That's actually a grey fabric Mum bought back for me from one of the things she was getting. Like, yeah, I need to move these over, don't I? Oh, Susie, no. Nobody even barked at you. You're just starting things now. Be quiet, little doggy. She's like, no, shall not. Mim says, ooh, and the white colourway as well. Yeah, that's pretty too. Jennifer says, so fierce, Susie. Yes, she has been very fierce. Nimue says, those are lovely strawberries. Kathleen says, my kitty is a bit disturbed about all the barking. Funny how that can affect her from so many miles away. I know. The funniest thing is actually was when I used to film Chiana a lot, and especially when she was growling at the neighbour's cat that used to come and beat her up, and she'd properly growl and fluff herself up, and I'd stay as far away from her as I possibly could. And there's a couple of times I filmed it, and when I was editing, she heard herself and fluffed up again and got scared, and I was just like, oh my god, that's you. And she's heard other cats make those noises and didn't react to them, or kind of just like pricked an ear, but when she heard herself make those noises, it freaked her out, like really, really freaked her out. So if I ever filmed anything like that, I then edited it with my headphones in so she couldn't hear it, because the first time she just was like, nope, 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 nope. No, yeah. Silver Fox says, my very first dog was a Susie. She was a border collie, and as a puppy used to sleep in my pram, apparently. Oh, so cute. Okay, so I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to move the leaves over to here. And then I think possibly this one over as well. That makes sense. So we'll put that one up top and then this one underneath, and they kind of blend together then. That just means I need to move some other things down so that these cubby holes are still neat. So we'll get the leaves out first. Oh, don't drop the leaves. Move the leaves out first. Then what should we move? I want to try and avoid moving the lining fabrics if I can, because they will not be fun to move. So let's does it make sense? I need to move that one. I'm going to have to move the lining fabrics, aren't I? So if we move that one up there. Okay, well, I'll move. We're trying to put the pretty ones into shot. Let's put Lady McElroy in there. Yeah. Then we're going to move this one first, won't we? It all makes sense in my head, I promise. Move the insert out. So. There we go. Insert in. Oh, itchy nose. There we go. Okay, so leaves. I've got a little bit out of order as well, because of course they have. Let's reorder the leaves. Because I'm trying to put things here that I'm not going to be working on immediately, so that it doesn't matter. Because if I put like the collections that I'm going to work on next in there, then they're going to get messy again quite quickly. But these are all things that I'm going to do next year. So this, in my head, makes sense. Hopefully it makes sense to you guys too. So many pretty fabrics. So many pretty fabrics. Okay. So the other one I'm going to move is this one. So move that one out. Where did we get to with the chat? Let's see. Elena says, not that one. One on your other side, second row from the ground, next to your shoulder on screen. This one. Nimue says, well, I sewed 2 seams, but I do want to iron them. Do I do second line of stitching for my French set? Do want to iron them to do the second line of stitching for my French seams, but I don't know if you want to iron them in this heat, but yes. You know this too, that's the thing, isn't it? Heat. Sedan says, Sedan just lifted his head and then sent this filthiest look to the screen and then laid back down. Hilarious. He knew it was a small dog being small dog-like, didn't he? Right, so I could actually move that one up there so then all of my jerseys are in a line, because that would make me happy. Now all my jerseys are in a line. That makes me happy. Right. Now, what am I going to put down there? I think what I will do is move my Lady McElroys again. They can go down here. Because if any collection's gonna, if any cubbyhole's gonna grow, it's gonna be the Lady McElroy cotton lawn one. And then I am going to try and move my lining fabrics down one without dropping anything, because they're all neat now. Yes. Happy with that. So move my top fabrics out. And so the two Shanklin sets are still next to each other, which is also going to make me happy. Oh, come on, in you go. Okay. Here. This one goes back in. This one does not want to go back in. Behave yourself. Well. Nope, that's not going to happen. Okay, they're going to have to go individually. Fine. You're going to misbehave. Fine. Fine. Oh, gosh, it's warm in here. We're up to 27 degrees, which is not actually that bad at all, is it? But my goodness, I feel warm. Nope, still trying to do too many at once. This could go horribly wrong. They're all beautifully folded. Let's not fluff this up. Lots of bits of silk in here, just being like, yeah, let's misbehave. Actually, how the hell did these all fit in there? There we go. Ah! Yay! Okay. This one's pretty organized already, so this one can just go in. How does that look? Is that more aesthetically pleasing? I think it is. Just have to, yeah, that's better, isn't it? Better? I think so. I'm exhausted now. And really, really, really hot. Oh, let's see. Where did I get to? Nessa says they are all pretty, Shan. The strawberry ones? I think so. Kathleen says, well, that's cool that there are inserts. Thought it was permanent. Ah, yes, no. I do like those little inserts. They are good. Where did I get to? Lena says, yes, that one. The one that I've moved. So this one. This one. Kathleen said, oh, I read that one. Mim says, oh, and before I forget, wishing you a lovely time at the Festival of Quilts. I would love to go there as well. Someday you'll have to come. It's awesome. Kathleen says, well, at least your arms are getting a good workout moving all the stacks of fabric. Yes. Laura says, I know you've told us before, but what is the fabric you're wearing today? It's called Electric Feathers. It was from the Textile Centre. It's a viscose, and I got 5 meters of it a very long time ago. Rotten Ralph says, I'm later than I like. Good morning, peeps. Good morning. Bree says, woohoo. Yeah. Kathleen says, ta. Rotten Ralph says, I thought I was clicking on the replay. No, I'm still waffling. Laurel says, let's misbehave, the motto of Silks Everywhere. Yes, yes. It was a good job you can't really see that one because they went in very poorly. Claire says, yep, even better. Messy Mia says, beautiful, well done. Anessa says, all the fabrics and all the cubby holes. Laura says, thank you. Yeah, no. That does look nice, doesn't it? So this is the cubby hole I'm working on next. Then this one, then this one, then this one, then this one, then this one. So yes. Might have to. No, I like fabric as background. I'm gonna have to start like moving things, shuffling things along as I start sewing them all up, there, aren't I? So yeah, and there's like there's like a hot well, a third of a cubby hole there, third of a cubby hole there, and a third of a cubby hole there. So that's one whole empty cubby hole. So that is progress. I wanted to get through 5 this year, but when I've sewn those 3 coats that I want to get to, that's going to be another empty cubby hole. So that's going to be 2. So that's not 5, not remotely close to 5, but given that this was full last year of fabric, as well as down here was full of fabric, and that I've emptied out these ones, my consumption is definitely for purchasing and bringing fabric in is definitely smaller than the sewing at the moment, which is good, which is the way it should be, especially when I have this much, because that is a lot. That really is a lot. The only thing that's going to bug me is that the bag making is there and there. It's fine. It'll be totally fine. Totally fine. Rotten Mouth says fabric is the best background. Yeah, definitely. I was thinking maybe some of the patterns, but that wouldn't be as interesting, would it? Anessa says, I was going to say, Shan, you have emptied some and filled them up with your patterns. This is true. 5 last year. I went through 5, got through 5 cubby holes, which is, for me, impressive. I was hoping to do another 5 this year, as I say, but I think I'm going to end up having done 2. Well, no, hang on. So I've got a third. Well, I've got 1 because of the third there, the third there, and the third there. So that's another one that I've done. Once I've done this collection, that'll be 2 cubby holes, and then the 3 coats, that'll be 3 cubby holes. And then this one as well, be 4. So only 1 short of my goal. So yeah, like I say, I'm hoping to do 3 coats. The navy, the cream, and the green wool. I've got all Lady McElroy wools. And then I've got some smaller lengths of fabrics. Clearly I've just got some dust in the air from moving all the fabric around. I've got some shorter lengths of fabrics that I want to try and work on as well. If I made the coats that needed the fur trims as well, that would be a cubby hole emptied really quickly. Yes. Might get close to my goal of 5 cubby holes emptied this year. Depends how much I get at the Festival of Quilts. Come home with like 5 cubby holes worth of fabric for the Festival of Quilts is not going to help, is it? Not going to help at all. Sewing in PJ says it looks good. It looks great. It looks like a new fabric stash. Yeah. And much neater in the backgrounds as well now. Anessa says, if you did a couple of weeks of Anna shirts, you could empty a few more. Well, yes. Although I think I would get shouted at quite a lot. Yeah. Those ones that I moved over, the shirt length fabrics, which is this one and this one now, but you can only see the bottom half of it. That's all top length fabrics, which I know what most of them are going to be, which is like either the little tie front shirt, an Anna top, or a camisole of some kind. So maybe at some point I ought to challenge myself to sew all the tops up. I have noticed though that even I have now, from having no tops, I've now got a wardrobe full of tops and t-shirts and still lots more fabric to make more. But I do still find that I prefer wearing dresses. I don't know if that's because there's less thought into putting on a dress, because you put on a dress and that's you done, basically, especially at this time of year. You definitely don't want to layer up. But usually it's like a dress and a cardigan for me, isn't it? And I very rarely find myself reaching for separates. And they are slightly problematic to get at in my bedroom because of how the half-height wardrobes are. They're really tall. And loads of people suggested the rails that pull out, but that wouldn't work because of the width of the rail is actually bigger than the width of the door, so that wouldn't work. But I'm just wondering if like my dresses are so easily accessible and the tops and the shirts and the skirts aren't, as maybe that. But then my cardigans and jumpers are in the same, and I reach for those easy enough. I think it is just that I prefer wearing dresses over separates. But I do like making separates. I keep thinking there's going to be this magic formula of if I make these things, then I'll wear more of my wardrobe. And I think the answer to that is solids. And we all know how I feel about sewing solids, not overly infused. This one's looking quite good actually, because there's quite a lot of solids and neutrals in there, as well as the print. And I think this is much more, and I mean, these are much more me. I mean, this one is, there's 3 suiting fabrics here, like the black, the cashmere wool, and the red. They're all wool suitings, and I want to make waistcoats, skirts, and trousers out of them. I don't know if I'm going to have enough to do what was trousers and skirts. But I keep thinking like, oh, if I make more of the basic stuff, like the same with this wool over here, if I make the trousers and the skirt out of it, then I'll wear the other things more because I'll have things that go with them. But I don't know. Nimue says, I'm being lured outside by ice cream. It's hot, but it's ice cream. Nice. Have the ice cream. Enjoy. Kathleen says, yes, you need to sew some more solids because of all the fab tops just languishing in your closet. And I do. I mean, the thing is, I do have a fair few solid skirts now as well, because I've made an effort. I have made an effort to sew more solid things. And I do have a fairly decent chunk of solid skirts, but now a problem I have is that a whole bunch of them don't fit because I made them for me the way I was last year, and I've lost stone and a half, and they don't fit now. They're just too big, so I need to remake them, which is not a bad problem to have at all, especially as that's what I was aiming for. But I just do think I prefer wearing dresses. So yeah, yes. Random ponderings on a Sunday afternoon. My tummy is starting to rumble. It's 3 o'clock. Wow. Oh, Nia sent me. Oh, that's pretty. She says, you'd like this fabric. It's a linen viscose from First Fabric that I used Rachel's discount code for. It's sublimely soft and floaty. And she sent me a picture. And she is correct. That is very pretty. That is very pretty indeed. Nia, stop tempting me with the fabric. I'm trying to be good. Sitting here saying like I want to empty out 5 cubby holes, and Nia's like, have more fabric. We're just about to go fabric shopping next week as well. It'll be fine. Ellen says, next you can try making dresses that looks like they are separates, and maybe after that you'll reach for actual separates. I mean, that's part of the plan with this capsule collection, isn't it? That there's going to be 2 dresses and 3 shirts from it. Is that right? No, 2 dresses, 2 shirts, and a skirt made from that one. Yeah. Vanessa says, do you wear more separates in the winter? No, I wear dresses, but I just add more layers underneath of them. I either wear my scuba dresses, or I wear my rayon dresses, but I add tights and a slip and a thermal t-shirt and then a cardigan over the top and then long coat and layer up. Because I mean, realistically, in the UK, we do not get freezing very often. It gets really cold, but it doesn't get freezing very often. So I wear the dresses that I mean, I wouldn't wear this one, but that paradise dress, it's like I said in the video, I would totally wear that in the winter with layers underneath of it, and then wear it in the summer. Not in the hottest, I wouldn't put it on today. It would be miserable today, but wear it in the spring, early summer. Silver Fox says, I'm going to have to head to bed. It's now technically Monday. Thank you for the chat tonight. Thank you for joining us. Vanessa says, you should make what makes you happy. Those are the funnest to watch. Oh, definitely. And I think it's the same thing. It's the same thing again, that I see all these inspiration pictures and people getting dressed. Like Rachel Maxey, for example. I love her aesthetic. I love the way she dresses. I want to emulate that, but then I don't, like I say, like sewing solids very often. And the majority of her wardrobe is earth tones in very subdued prints, which is not Mia at all. But I love the layering that she can achieve with those muted patterns or solids. So I'm thinking, maybe I should do some of those sorts of things. And definitely not ruling them out. But I do think, for me, a dress is what I feel happiest in. So, yeah, that's why I make so many of them. But I'm glad you enjoy those videos. And then Nia's got her face. Is that I've shown you fabric that you shouldn't be buying? You're a terrible influence, Nia. Oh, 6 years ago, we were at the Festival of Quilts, apparently. Or just come back from the Festival of Quilts. Because the Festival of Quilts is quite late this year, isn't it? Sorry, getting distracted by photos from the Festival of Quilts 6 years ago. Well, I've got rid of one fabric during this tidying up session. Nia's got some satin. I just need to remember to bring it to her with the bag, as well as the bags as well. Because I've offered Ree a bunch of my bags that I've made, and she said, yeah, haven't done any sewing today at all. Really ought to get on and get that shirt dress done. That would be a good plan. I might go and make myself some lunch and then come back down and stick on some TV, stick on some Star Trek movies, and then, yeah, work my way through that. That might be a plan. But I have very much enjoyed fondling the fabric with you all. Mim says, will there be some filming from the Festival of Quilts? Indeed, there will be, yes. Daisy Chain Stitching says, coming in with a completely different question. Has any of Peeps ever made the Sew Over It kitty dress? It looks beautiful, but really can't find many reviews on it. I haven't, no. No, I haven't. I don't even, off the top of my head, know what the kitty dress looks like. Oh, it's pretty. Oops. It's very pretty. Very pretty. But no, I haven't made it, and it I mean the collar's different, but it looks kind of similar to the 6696. But it's got facings rather than, and like a revere collar rather than the collar stand and button pockets. But I like the waistband on it and the gathered skirt. But no, I have not made it. Anna says, I will have footage from the Festival of Quilts. Yay! What day are you going, Anna? Anessa says, ooh, Anna, can't wait to see it. Me either. Mim73 says, so I will, to Anna, so I will watch. Awesome. Yeah, what day are you going to be there, Anna? She's going to be there on the Thursday. Awesome. Yay, I will get to see you, which is very good. Very good indeed, because it's been ages since I saw you as well. It was the retreat, obviously, May. Wow. Christine says, I've made 2 shawl collar panelled shirt kitties. I love the first so much. I made the second in the same fabric, different colour. Not taking photos of them yet, though. Sorry. Ooh, but good knowledge. Good knowledge. Does look like a lovely pattern. Looks very much up my street. But again, I am trying to be a little bit more sensible about my pattern purchasing because I have a lot. I have an awful lot. Yes. Yes. Right, food. That's what I need next. So I'm going to say goodbye to you guys because you don't need to wait for like 20 minutes while I go and make myself some food. So I hope you've enjoyed today. It's been very fun doing all this. I have absolutely no idea what this week is going to look like video-wise, as I said. I'm going to try and get 2 waffles out for you. I'm going to try and get 2 proper videos out for you. There won't be a hangout next Sunday because I should be working at the Festival of Quilts. Fingers crossed, touch wood. The phone call tomorrow goes according to plan. Fingers crossed. So yeah, I don't know what the waffle's going to look like this week. Because again, I can't do the super secret scroll dress, so I had to swerve on that one. I have done every kind of review and video I can make out of this dress, so there's no that needs to get made because I need to wear it for the show. Yeah, so I don't know what videos are going to be coming out, but hopefully there will be something. I think there will be some Big Bird this week as well, because we're going to be filming our traditional Festival of Quilt haul video. So yes, everyone's saying have fun at the Festival of Quilts. Yes, yeah. The only thing that won't be happening this week is the hangout, but other than that, hopefully it should be service sort of as usual, just maybe a little bit switched around. We shall see. Anyway, on that note, I'm going to say good night. Not good night, good afternoon, and go and get myself some food because I'm hungry. So thank you very much for joining me and indulging me in my fabric fondling. And I will see you all again very soon. Bye.